All right, it is 6:08 and I will call the May 2nd, 2022 Select Board meeting to order. And we'll start with the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Moving on down to public comments on items not on the agenda.
That would be you, Mel.
No. Okay, good. All right. And moving on to
Careful with that hand movement.
new business. 7.1 town meeting discussion. So I think this is just kind of to discuss town meeting and what we're putting on the meeting and what we're putting on the ballot.
Yep.
Because as it is right now, we have an office staff that really wants to order ballots and they're getting kind of nervous. And so where we're meeting in person, we don't need to put our budget on the ballot, which is good for them. But we do need to decide what we're doing as far as ordinances. So the only thing that we have to put on either the ballot portion of our town meeting is the fire ordinance that we discussed last week.
And we still haven't heard from the council.
Yeah,
I heard from Peter today. He has a letter he's going to be sending out to the select board by the end of the week with his determination. We'll send it, of course, to the fire members
Which week?
this week.
So does anyone have thoughts on?
Just a question. So the only, for sure, we have ballots for who's our elections.
Correct.
And that's it, other than whether we put the ordinance on there or not.
Right.
So that will be a referendum. It will not be voted on at town meeting.
Well, that's
That's
We
what
can
we're
discuss it
determining
Okay.
tonight.
And just to clarify, I know we would talk about there's some other ordinance changes. I understand that the planning board doesn't have any ordinance changes for updates and things like that. Don't have those ready.
Correct.
Okay. But I know we talked about some other ordinances that we might potentially, where
Yep.
do we?
I was hoping to bring a draft of a policy that I've put together for the finance committee, which would be replacing our finance committee ordinance. We'd have to repeal that ordinance, but I figured that could be done at town meeting, so it
Okay.
doesn't need to go. That doesn't need to go on a ballot.
That would be kind of confusing to do in
Yeah,
a ballot as well.
right.
Okay, so it's really just the fire.
Yep.
Protection.
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, I think that it's such a big change and it's been such an issue for such a long time that I think it would be very appropriate to put that on the ballot, not have it at the town meeting. So we give everyone who's voting by ballot an opportunity.
Is it worth have further discussion though, like in an open meeting for those who haven't been attending the meetings or the last public meeting?
Yes and yes.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is an issue. Both of them,
Hmm.
right? Both.
I mean, I think the fire companies and support. So never questions or comments would be hopefully that support select board and that support at least 3 or 4 trustees. Discussing.
especially if they get up and say that they support it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I think my only concern with putting it on the on the ballot portion is that there would be some confusion as to what people were voting on. I know that voters being totally informed of what they're seeing when they go into the ballot box, sometimes they don't know what they're voting, and they've heard one thing and another, and where we had
They might think they're voting on the old one or something.
And so I think it might be less confusing to have the discussion at the annual town meeting in person, just because.
Does anybody have a feel for in an off election year? Well, it's just June anyway. What is our participation rate for voters by ballot?
Pretty high.
By ballot, we have outstanding voter participation regardless of election in Newcastle compared to a lot of other towns. I know so this was a presidential election, we had all but, I think, 100 to 200 residents vote.
Yeah.
But this is not.
We
Right, this
had
is a June,
Right.
right?
I can't
June,
remember.
I'm not sure.
I'd have to dig through to see what we had, but last year we weren't in person, so everything
Right.
was by
Right, so that's not a
Uh,
complicated.
referendum. But I think it's, generally speaking, we have 30 to 60 people, kind of generally. show
At the
up
meeting.
At the annual town meeting.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I've been to like 3 of them. I would have said there was at least 100 people there. No,
Well-
we were in the cafeteria
Yeah.
the 3 times I went, and I thought
We haven't
there were a
been.
lot of people.
Yeah.
The last open town meeting, we had
Yeah.
54 people.
We all look like we take up more space than we do.
Unless we handed out a whole lot more. And it wasn't even clickers because I asked.
We had clickers when I was there.
No, I mean, usually it's you can tell how many people are there by adding up the
Right.
yeses and the nos.
Right.
But I thought it was so low. I asked someone because you check in when you go into the meeting hall. That was right. Yeah. It's been trending downward for a long, long time.
But that was, I've been. Last one, once before, when Morrison would stand up and ask us questions, and
Yeah.
it seemed like for a lot of people. So we would get a lot more people voting by ballot, but
We would.
we had some, might be confusion.
We do also have I think we're ready to roll on that ordinance. So we can put it on the ballot.
Yep.
Do it. I think we haven't made a motion to do that. Yeah, so we could do that.
You might wanna make-
But like I said, I think it's a little bit of 61, half dozen of the other. The only, there is just that confusing piece where if there's been talk of 2 ordinances. There's talk of an ordinance back in no, December,
There's
December.
November.
November.
They, yeah, they got some.
So we had that discussion, and that was, if an article went out about that, people know about that. And then we've had some articles about the ordinance that we've been working on since then. Yeah,
Leaning towards town meeting.
the general consensus.
Ambivalent, but,
Yeah.
I think, obviously you get more participation,
Mm.
but you're right, there could be confusion.
Well, where are the citizens petitions?
Right, well, I
Yeah.
mean, and
Explain
so
that.
it's getting the messaging that, of, that the town and fire company support the Tenniscott ordinance. To what degree that gets to everyone, I guess that's the question. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would think that that message would get to most people, because I think, again, it's an off election year. It's not that people are being drawn in by national races that maybe they aren't paying as much attention to town things. But I guess I would imagine, I mean, maybe I'm speculating that the people who make it to every election, I would assume, tend to be more informed because they're making a point of getting to the off-year election. I don't know.
I would think it, though, it brings it full circle when you had this discussion before in public and it comes around and you have the select board and the fire company agreeing and encouraging a vote on the new ordinance.
Mhm.
You know, people seeing that we resolved it. A good thing to make that, hit that point that way. And we wouldn't have another real mechanism to do that aside from the town.
Well, we could have another public hearing.
Yeah.
We can
Yeah.
add public hearing, even after we
Right.
put it on.
But at the last one, that somebody was very confused about it and didn't check with the fire company before he was against it.
So would this be where we have public hearing before we specifically, because we've only had one public hearing.
We only,
Oh,
If we have had an amendment to the ordinance, then we would have to have another one. We can have as many as we want, but we're only required. to have
And at town meeting, there's be, when it comes up, it's a kind of discussion. So it wouldn't be a hearing per se.
right. I think it's an interesting conversation to have though, because there are benefits and we're talking about two different forms of voting. And each one of them has their merits. But we're deciding the entire annual town budget at a meeting with 60 people versus the, you know, but I've heard people, you know, certain people want to know more and they want to ask more questions. That being said, these would be the meetings for those people to come to and ask those questions. You know, we had this as a packed house. You know,
Can you count them all?
Um,
You need more
and I
hands?
think that's sort of the argument around other towns do things differently, and we've talked about doing things differently. Newcastle, just, you know, back and forth, just is this the most effective way? And so that is, you know, that is a question, but it is this public way to do it and answer questions. I think it's just as, you know, I think the unfortunate thing is that there's probably going to be, even in June, I mean, right now we're sitting around in here, we don't have masks on, but case numbers are going up again. We're going to have some people who feel like they can't participate because of that. However, how do you make that work anyway? It's trying to figure it all out. So I don't know. But I would say that from it being clear as far as the absentee ballots that go out and the ballots, I guess especially the absentee ballots, a lot of people are thinking questions about it. I think it'd be a good. I think it'd be hard for the office staff to explain what was what. It's a
between the
Oh.
two ordinances.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
complex issue. We don't even know if we have two ordinances
Well,
at this point.
It would take,
Um,
it would take a, I mean, it would take a while to explain to somebody.
Well, I think- on the other hand, I think that, you know, there was controversy now. You know, the select board and the fire company leadership
Yeah.
both support this. You know, I think that in a way, it's a simple
I guess so.
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone supports this as a way to go forward.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to be in.
Yeah.
But I think it's also a good time to make that public affirmation too, you know, for everyone to sort of, again, address their support, you know, bring up the points that were brought. I mean, Jim Taylor did a great job of talking about this. And I think where it's, you know, this is a big change. This is a big change for Newcastle. I mean, it's a lot the same, but we finally have everything in a clear document. And I think that's really important. And I think it's
a big change. Except
exactly, exactly. But I think again, just having that communication, and everything spelled out, I think that's sort of the change that I'm looking for.
Yep.
It's just for everyone to feel like they're on the same page, the same team, full understanding. So I think it would be good to be able to tap some of the people, you know, and again, that it was a joint effort. We worked on it, and members of the fire company worked on it. So it would be, I think, more appropriate to this. Oh, Mr. Carey, would you like to, I'm gonna be told to, you gotta talk into the microphone.
Thank you. Would it make any sense for the fire company or perhaps the fire company in the town to put a half-page article in the paper explaining what resolution has been arrived at?
So I'm gonna turn it around. I'm gonna ask you a question. What's your opinion? What do you think we should do? No. As far as voting on it, as far as what you think we should do a town meeting vote or a ballot vote. This is not, I mean, I'm putting you on the spot now, but I gotta put you on the spot whenever I can. So
I shouldn't show up as often. I don't think it matters if the word gets out early.
Yeah.
People talk about it. If it comes late in the game, I really don't have a strong opinion about which of those two, if people know what the game is.
Yeah.
One way to sort out pretty well.
Yeah.
What's the half page rate?
The what rate?
Half page.
Oh, I don't know. Question.
yeah, I don't know. So
Just
Where-
a potential wrench in all this is, if we've got another wave of COVID. I mean, if we schedule town meeting and we can't gather, where are we? What, I mean, what happens? We can't. Okay, fine. You got the answer?
Two things.
Okay.
I think this is big enough. I would support the idea of doing it at open town. And we've tested the clickers. The range is big enough that if we're on a field spread out 6 feet with chairs or whatever, still plenty of reception for the repeater.
Even if we're having it in the cafeteria at Lincoln Academy, I don't know if that's where we always have it or not, but
We'll be in the gym.
In the
this
gym?
time, So we'll be able to spread out a little.
I was gonna say, if there's 50 people, you can spread out in that gym too.
I've tested the clickers in the gym everywhere.
We've used it.
We've used the clickers in the gym, but we've tested them on a field too. So it's, I think it's a big enough change. It's a question that should go to open town meeting.
and I think we have all the facts here, which is the important thing. It's not like we're just making a budgetary change or something like that. We're clearly defining what the ordinance is. I'm not saying change. I'm not trying to say change.
I'd actually add a third little thing to that, which kind of piggybacks on what Mal was saying, which is that historically, and this is no particular fault of anyone, but just the nature of the way the Board of Selectmen in Newcastle works, we have not done a great job of messaging as a board. And most of that reason, I think, is because there's reticence to feel like you're taking a position on an issue, which you can't do. So even just the act of, hey, come out and vote, like feels a little too much like electioneering. So we've all in the past stayed away from it. Paper is good, but not everyone reads the paper. I don't until someone says, hey, did you read that article? No offense to the paper, but I'm busy. A lot of people are. So it's great to.
Do you have a suggestion?
It's
We're
great
waiting.
to say, let's,
Anything town meeting.
yes, it's great to say, let's message it, let's get out in front of it. We've never been able to do that. Historically, we've never done well at that, ever. So,
Here, I thought you were going to suggest the solution. To that
no, the
problem.
solution, the solution is to do it at open town meeting where people expect it to be. That's the solution.
I'm good with that.
So just so everyone No, I think we've talked about it before, but just so we're saying it on the record, annual town meeting will be in the gym at Lincoln Academy on Tuesday, which is different than it has been in the past, on June 21st,
At what time?
7 o'clock. And the election is a week before that, on the 14th.
That's
That's a Tuesday.
all right.
We need to vote on that, or we're just doing it?
But if you want to all vote to have it at the town meeting, is that what we've done historically for ordinances, or?
I mean, I guess we can move to put it on as is. We're not gonna have any more public hearings on it.
Unless if you all want more.
I'm assuming the letter from council say that other petition. We don't have to have competing ordinances. I guess,
For more
which would may
confusion.
want to have another hearing if there was competition between.
Yeah, I guess we can't, we don't know.
We don't
exactly.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just wait, we'll put it on. I don't know.
I mean, we gotta vote anyway.
Yeah.
So,
So we'll just deal with it.
deal with it then.
All right, that's good. That'll make some happy people in the office.
We want to make them happy.
Yes.
Can I just ask a procedural question?
Uh-huh.
I can't remember. I know that for zoning, land use ordinance changes, you have to have 2 public hearings. One of which has to be close to the vote.
I think that's the only.
But for like non-zoning ordinances, I was trying to find it in 30A. I couldn't find it quickly.
My vague recollection is that zoning ordinances are different.
Yeah,
and
that's
they've
kind of
got-
what I
they've got
thought.
sp- Those specific requirements that other things don't.
When I'd asked legal counsel about it, they said that we only needed 1 for this. Though a charter or an ordinance can dictate whether there's more than that required. for
Which we don't have.
ordinances, Which we don't have.
Great, I just double checking.
Yep,
I live in zoning land, so.
All right. So moving on to 7.2 budget review. And I'm gonna turn this over. Down it.
All right, so last week we went over admin / operations with a footnote to come back to it at the end of budget to discuss contingency. I did update the total in admin and operations to include the cost of contingency, so you'll see that that line did go up by 2.7%. Where it was flat before. Apologies.
You, sorry.
Yep.
Just reference a number on that.
For admin and operations.
Oh, no, for.
It's at the very bottom,
For
or
contin- it's
next
at the,
page.
Next.
Oh,
page.
yeah.
So,
I'm surprised that small amount would increase everything by 2.76.
it's a pretty small budget. It's 15,530 that it would be going up by. And I also added the amount that you all suggested for video recordings into the select board request. So I had 3,000 and now we have 42.
And that was with the idea of doing planning board meetings.
Correct. If LCTV is okay with that, we'll have a couple. Yeah. So from there, unless if there are any other questions on admin.
Well, I just vaguely remember the conversation being, I think proposed by Ben was $15,000 now.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all good with 15 grand.
I'll still leave a note to circle back when we're done talking about the other lines and see if everyone still feels the same way, but I just wanted to let you know that this sheet represents that update. So we went over Public Works, we went over capital projects for Public Works. So today I was hoping we had time to go over public services, public safety, reserves, education county revenues, and debt service. Debt service, education county will be 30 seconds each, probably, because they're
Can't touch them.
pretty quick.
Wow.
So up to all of you, what order you want to go in. I think we'll end up having the most discussion surrounding, if I had to guess, public services. There might be some questions about a few changes in public safety, but reserves will certainly have, I think, the most amount.
Public safety, the fire chief's not going to be here.
No, he asked me to present it. I did meet with Casey, and these recommendations are from the fire chief, the interim fire chief, for the first section.
So are we on public services?
Yeah,
Public
safety.
So let's start with public services.
And my very first general question is, why is fiscal year 20 actual zeros? We saved a lot of money in 20.
That's a
Because of
good
COVID,
question.
we didn't-
Joel, do you remember maybe?
What's
from
that?
year? Why fiscal year 20 actuals were 0 on this spreadsheet? Is that just an error or?
Yeah, it's an error.
Right, because the CEO compensation, we definitely had a CEO
Well, we definitely did all the.
Yeah.
services.
donations as well.
That must have just been a mistake.
Is it a glitch in Excel or?
Yeah, I wonder.
Okay, well, it doesn't impact.
It doesn't impact
Right.
this year, right? Yep. And I have the fiscal year 21 actual.
Yep.
that
Can
we
I
based
think it was Brian. I think it's something Brian did. 'Cause he's not here.
on.
So we can-
He
We
took the
can,
money
uh,
and ran.
Don't you remember that, Ben?
Yeah,
Wasn't that
ringing a
some-
bell there.
Wasn't that
yeah.
something Brian did? I think that was.
Sure it wasn't John Duke?
I think it was either
Might have
Brian.
been.
I think it was something Brian and John Duke did together.
Yeah.
So Sarah, for where it says department head for the various agencies, is that the request that they made versus the year to date? Oops.
So
actually.
fiscal year 22 is what was budgeted. Year to date is what has been spent thus
Okay.
far. We, of course, still have about 2 months to go on that total. And these numbers were from early April, so I need to update the year to date. It's probably a little bit closer to the budgeted amount at this point. And then department head include all of the requests that
That's
came
the
in for this
request.
year.
Okay.
All right, so starting at the top, I would assume. Let's septic, okay, that's same.
So
Solid waste disposal, that is what they've given us for number now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
good.
and it has gone up. I believe we talked about that when I got the updated contract in the select board meeting. Yep. So this is the number for this current year. And that's for general assistance. So that total
Mhm.
includes septic waste disposal, which is unchanged. So
Right.
are there any?
I think we're gonna see something change in that next year. but-
you think? General assistance, keeping it the same. There are years where it's unexpended, there are years where it's overexpended based on the 5-year trend. It seems safe to keep it consistent with what was budgeted in fiscal year 22.
And just for my education, some things, is this one of those things that we get reimbursed for or no?
Some,
of it?
yep.
Okay.
Yep, this only includes the amount that we are spending,
Okay.
however.
Okay.
Yep. For certain expenses, we can get reimbursed up to 70% by the state, depending.
Okay, it would be outside of this budgeted amount.
Correct. This is just what we're spending. Okay. So then from there, we have provider agencies. Most are the same as prior year's requests. We have an increased amount suggested from LCTV. We have a $100 requested increase from Midcoast Maine Community Action. And the adult education number is firm from the school.
And that went down.
That went down. We had a few school numbers go.
I don't know, are they affected by state subsidy?
Yes.
Presumably,
No.
so probably
That's part of that.
don't count
This
on
might
it
be
continuing.
Right. This might be a 1-year thing.
So what is Midcoast Maine Community Action?
I can pull up.
You know, I've approved this a bunch of times, I can't even tell you.
But it's some agencies change names
It's not
though, so
good.
I'm wondering if it's something that used to be have a different name.
Yeah, well, I
I
know,
don't recognize.
I know New Hope has their changed name. and there's-
In years past, what we've kind of done is when there's been increases in the ask, we've asked the agency to come explain that
Oh.
to us. Yeah, no,
Sorry about
they
that.
didn't give you the memo. But it just helps clarify because we get asked this question at town meeting. We generally, it's always good if there's a representative from the agencies there. Sometimes they're not, which is fine, but if there's an increase, guaranteed someone's gonna ask a question.
Midcoast Maine Community Action is a nonprofit that helps connect residents of Saginaw, Lincoln, Knox, Waldo, and Northern Cumberland counties with different forms of assistance, be it early childhood education, housing, emergency services, family case management, nutrition, and a program that they call Families Can.
Does it say, are they in Demascata?
They are in Bath.
Or how much are people around here using them?
It sounds like it's similar to the Y program for
Yeah.
the navigating.
Mhm. So we want to request that people from
Well, I guess
these two organizations come in?
I would just like to know again, so like for LCTV, is it a formula that surrounding towns are based on? Is this just a up from the ask based on that formula, or is the formula changed, or?
Because it's double,
Up
it's,
by a third.
it doubled, right, it doubled and then it's up by
Yeah.
another third. Yeah.
So I would like to
Mhm.
get some clarification on that. The community action, well, I mean, it'd be good to have just something, just going up to 1,500 or whatever. But that one would be good to.
Midcoast is up by 2/3.
Well, that one, they messed up the request.
That
for
was-
grant.
Oh, that was the,
Remember? That was
oh,
that
right,
one,
right.
yeah.
That was the one year that was.
Right.
messed up,
Yeah.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
so it's basically flat.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
flat.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And then.
So before we accept the provider agency subtotal, you want me to have LCTV and a rep from Midcoast Maine Community Action come in. So you-
Yeah, at least,
Or at least more information.
just at least more information. I mean, for $100.
Yeah, I don't.
need to drag someone in here,
Yeah.
but it's good to have a little bit of blurb. Again, there was a question about what the agency does, so it's always good to have the education. That way we're all educated at town meeting, because
Because someone will stand
someone's
up and
gonna
say,
stand up and ask, what do they
Why is-
do? And it's good to know, so.
Absolutely.
I have a letter that was included in with their new request that
Okay.
was sent alongside it, so I'll forward it to all of you, and if there are any questions after that, then we'll have.
But yeah, I'd like to.
But yeah, I guess LCTV, I think, is a big enough dollar and percentage change. That probably would make sense. So,
Yeah. 32%.
Now, we can't really put it in for fiscal year 23 because we don't have enough information yet, but I know the Y said they were going to start coming back to towns. for
Yes.
money.
They did not submit a petition in time. You need to submit a petition to be a provider agency in December. So when we spoke with them, it would have been too late anyway. So they have an opportunity to do that for this coming fiscal year, and we'll budget for that going forward.
In a year.
For 24.
Right, for fiscal year.
But I felt like we were- designation from our COVID funds are helping them this year and in the future. You know,
But is that going to be two separate organizations though?
I think, yeah, I think
The Y versus the services?
I would think it would go through the Y, and the Y would be the nonprofit 501c3 funnel into their community action program. I wouldn't think that the community action program is registered as its
Yeah,
own
no, I think it's just a
separate
program
Okay.
of the law.
501c3.
right.
Okay.
Whereas this though, this is for general YMCA, general. General.
So we'll put a pin in that and come back to it at our meeting on the 9th. If we have any questions, I'll contact Larry. He did send a letter also with the increase request. So I'll forward you both of those and let me know if you want any more information.
Letter would be great.
Okay,
Already sent.
great. So let's move on to the planning and development section. No increases other than a budget for a cell phone for Harbor Master.
You didn't want everybody calling his personal phone?
Yeah, everyone's calling his business. I feel really bad.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get him, we're gonna hook him up with a town cell phone. And Casey helped me get a cell phone through an emergency services line, which is, it's like $40 a month for a cell phone plan if you're an emergency responder, which a Harbor Master counts. And then the cost of a cell phone.
So that.
Yes, yep, we did include the cell phone. as well. Cost.
So should we
So-
jump into the?
Before we do, I think we should have a discussion about a plan.
That's what I was gonna
Okay. So, okay. I won't-
You
I
completed my.
won't
se-
cut- I won't
you
cut you-
complete me.
There you go. Flip the coin. Who goes first?
I
Right?
won't cut you off.
Well, what I was gonna say is before we get into reserves discussion,
okay.
should we talk about planning? But, so we're both.
I was gonna say, this
Yeah.
baby right here is ready to rock and roll whenever. I can give everyone 2 minutes and just keep moving. It's itching.
Keep your fingers off that thing.
I would say let's just go through this right now, and then we can have a discussion about a plan at some point. And maybe it'll be right now, but let's just go through what we know first. So everything else looks good to everyone, right?
Yep.
No question.
Planning services, the
So the-
$3,000 budget, that refers to our
That's
membership with
McCad.
McCad.
Which isn't McKitt anymore.
It's not
It's McCog.
McCog.
It's the Maine Council of Governments.
Well, that, the 3,000 is planning board.
There's another- there's a-
For
18,
planning
services,
item,
services, yeah.
item 18.
Planning services is 3,000.
Oh, planning, planning service. Okay.
So, and then the planning-
Well, it's planning consultation under.
But I thought, what was that 3,000 for? You don't pay you're a volunteer, right?
Oh, yeah, no, planning board members are all volunteers.
Yeah.
No, that has been for if we need outside consultation, or honestly, I wanted to use it this year to update the shoreland map. It's been updated since '09. And so we needed to, we'll need to pay a photographer for that. So yeah, if I can't roll it this year, the 3,000 that was budgeted for this current fiscal year. We'll have to roll into the general fund. But I would like to do that. I don't know how much will be. Probably most of that.
I mean, that sounds good to me. I think that started with, I think John put that in there for the time to get.
The planning board.
Yeah, I think John put that in planning board.
No.
No?
And that's not for the legal announcements, right?
Mm-mm.
That's something
Right.
different.
But Joel, he didn't have it in planning services. He didn't have it in planning consultation. We did pay McKed for those services.
No, we didn't start paying the kid until last year.
And what's interesting also
But
is
where else would it become? Okay.
I think John put it in planning services.
Planning
That line
services.
wasn't there before last year.
That's
22,
planning
20, yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah.
But under line 22, planning board, what's not showing here in 17, I don't know about 18, 19. It's funny. There was always $1,000 budgeted for the planning board in case the planning board needed to take trips or do training.
Yeah.
So that's another actual interesting thing. 3,000. You know what? I think I'll try and. I've got 2 people who are interested in being on the planning board right now, which is really kind of cool.
That's good.
Unfortunately, it would bring our number up to 6, so we're gonna have a meeting to decide what to do about that. But I'll have to get with MMA and see when their next round municipal officer planning board training happens. Get some folks into that. It does cost money, not that much, but
So 3,000 is good.
unless it's not. But I think it's fine for now. I just don't know how much it's going to cost to have that map read.
So here in the footnote, it says budget for additional training for the new code.
Yeah, that was John's
No,
note. Sorry,
it was a
Dave.
long
from
time ago,
last
yeah.
And they don't line up necessarily with the numbers. So,
Right, because I added in a new line. Sorry
Right.
about that.
Well, I guess you could go back to the discussion on contingency.
yeah.
Just with that.
I'm happy with it.
Either way, I guess.
Yeah, we're guessing.
So everyone's comfortable then with the proposed planning and development of subtotal.
Well, I think we got to go back to the first Rob's.
I think we should discuss Tor's point.
Well, I mean,
Both their
because
points.
number 18, I think, comes into play too, and I think that's the line item where that gets budgeted.
Would that go away with the plan? Or just-
Well,
It
or
would
it
still
would get
be-
bigger. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
It would be.
it's a question of how we're paying for it.
So, you want to tell them what your conversation was with Max?
Yep, so when this question keeps coming up about wanting a planner. So first things first, I'm like, okay, I need to get it straight what the intent was with a membership with the CAD who do provide planning services. Max is the planner for Waldeboro. I know he's also helped Dan Spot out with some economic development work. So I called him and said, all right, Max, we're talking about our budget. We are thinking about a planner. Here's what I see our needs are. We need somebody that can go to planning board meetings. We need somebody who can help manage amendments to the core zoning code and be a staff point person for that. We need someone who's going to help manage the comprehensive plan implementation committee, maybe attend our new housing committee meetings. He's like, oh, well, when I talked to John last year, that's what we'd agreed I'd do. All of that. So I was like, okay, I didn't know that.
One of the best deals in town.
One of the best deals in
Yeah.
town. Yeah. So I was like, okay, let's have you start going to planning board meetings and so he's going to go to this month's meeting and see how it we'll see how it pans out. But if we were looking for a fixture in the office and having someone there, maybe in a similar way to George, where they're putting in some office hours, we would want to consider a staff. Like a part-time. So that's where I think Rob and Tor are coming from, is wondering, do we utilize our MCAD membership to its fullest extent and see how it goes, or do we consider something with some permanence and an office presence?
I think, I honestly think, well, we need to talk to Matt. So we can get,
Yes.
to really sort of talk a little bit more in detail. But I think 3,000 is, for what we're asking for, is way too low. Unless it's going to be to know. But I think what we need is part-time. Part-time to manage planning services. You know, that's, I mean, look at our CEO budget. It's comparable to that. I think that number's 25,000. And I don't think it, I think that includes the 3,000, so that line item would be fine. Up again, see if what they had in their time commitment to the town meets that criteria, and if not, then we solicit.
Can we see how it goes with McKinney first?
I think, I mean, I wouldn't want to, I think we need to plan. I mean, we haven't been planning. I mean, we've been doing, I mean, obviously we had a 7-8 year process. It was all volunteer driven and that worked great in the end, but we're still dependent on volunteer for volunteer for the maintenance. And that's just not true. I mean, we really can't be doing that. I think we need to have a professional who's regular presence, who can both keep track of the maintenance of the code and start to be a little more proactive. I mean, I know that some of us had discussions about, River Road and Main Street and Newcastle Square, and how can we get on DOT's radar to present ourselves to be, able to really get at a big project. And none of us have time to put into that. That's the kind of thing that we could have a planner work. I mean, the housing issues. It's great to have a committee to start to brainstorm this stuff, but who's going to pick up the ball and actually do something? Our office staff, we can't put more things on our current office staff. And so we need someone who can actually do some of those things. I think that the benefit to the town is going to be way in excess of the cost to start to do planning. I mean, because the planning board doesn't do planning. I mean, it's great to have resources for the planning board. And I'm not saying that we don't want to give the planning board resources, but I'm thinking of this as primarily not planning board stuff. It's the stuff that it isn't in the planning board's remit.
What's the
Yeah.
planning board think?
I'd like to rename the planning board. Honestly, I think it should be the zoning board.
Yeah.
It does zoning. We do
Yeah.
zoning enforcement. We don't do planning.
Yeah.
And we should have a plan.
Yeah.
At the middle ground, I think, between what we're talking about, MCAD and, an employee is of course a contract position. It's sort of middle ground. You don't have to take on another employment position and all the stuff that comes along with that. And just from what I know from, other planners around, that's probably going to be the more successful route to getting a planner, just because they want to have contracts with multiple towns.
So in that way, we do have a contract with MCAD. If we have needs or services that fall outside of that contract, we can talk to Max about it and budget more in the future for needs that we have as a starting point. And if we decide we still need more, then we can assess that.
I mean, so we have a line planning consultation that's been zero all
Did we just add that? Maybe add that. You didn't.
Oops.
So what's the difference between
Right.
consultation and services? You know?
It's a different line item.
Yeah. Well, about 30,000, or $3,000.
The difference
right?
is
Yeah.
number is 5, if you do the math. On 23 to 18. Yeah, I think either way, I think honestly, I think if the number, I mean, maybe we could talk a little bit about what, you know, the in-person, you know, in office person. Because I'm thinking that this may be 12 hours a week, 16 hours a week, something like that, I think. Because I mean, also, in the list that you were creating before, we also have designated historic districts too, that may be open for grants. You know, there may be other block grants or maybe grant opportunities out there. And so who's looking out for those for us? It's fair to put that on the town manager's list of to-dos, but it's just one more thing that we could do. Planner, and in theory, just finding grants may pay for it.
Do you see a historic preservation commission like they do in Dennis?
Well, we talked about it. The planning board's presented it. We've talked about it during code. The code. We even went as far as starting a committee for that stopped. Yeah, we only got it started, and then we said, well, let's let the code sort of go through at least 1 year, see how it runs, and then come back to it. And I think Ben, you were in here probably 4, 5, 6 in the fall, maybe. Preservation committee, and that was something that I was interested in, sort of being involved with at least.
The planner was really the driving force in Dennis to get that together. Yeah. You know, maybe that would be a first assignment.
Well, there's things like that, yeah, and like you said, we have committees that do we have a great resource of people with available time that does to do these things. But again, for institutional continuity and kind of keeping things consistent, it'd be nice if we had somebody that's more dedicated to those goals.
Can I just speak to the need for a planner real quick? It's we wrestled with this question, I think, for a while. Wanted to, like you said, give it a year to see where we're at. But the truth is, I think the time is here, and the need is present. And based on what I know of when we started with MCED, it's what our needs are more than what I think they could supply us with. I think we should fund it, with something substantial enough that we get the attention of someone who can perform the duties that we need. CEO's phone and my phone and email correspondence with applicants and potential applicants and people who have questions, and it's not insignificant at this point. And they're all things that should rightly be handled by a planner and should not be handled by someone who has enforcement authority. So the need is really here.
So
I would just reiterate that and say that I want to get something in this. I mean, I don't think we tonight have to figure out the mechanism that we're doing this, whether MCED can provide more services than we think they can, or whether it's contract or whether it's an employee, but I just want to make sure we get something in the budget to cover what we.
Mr. Carey, you have some thoughts?
Having been your rep, one of your reps to the RPC, you might want to check in with them early on to see what they are seeing for the marketplace, they've had a lot of trouble given the prices that they have been willing to pay in the past, keeping people. They've been basically running a finishing school for Muskie School graduates. And it's a tough market to hold good people right now. And you're going to face the same problem that they've faced. Something less than a half time is also probably not going to be practical. The amount of work that will filter into a named planner position will fill a half time very quickly. So I checked with Mary Ellen Barnes for some of her wisdom on this issue, and it's going to be more expense than you had imagined, and more tasks will come out of the woodwork, almost guaranteed. So be prepared for what you start.
I think that kind of gets to Tor's point of, contracting with someone who has, may give more flexibility than trying to hire someone who's going to be half-time or something. Might make the universe of candidates a little bit bigger.
That's my only concern with that is cost. What would that?
Starting with a contract that's smaller is a starter kit. You're probably not going to be able to like the outcome once the work starts coming in. And people get expect a particular level of service. So
Well, scope of work will be pretty important.
and your ability to restrain the tasks is going to be difficult. So
It's a good, do you mind if I comment on this? I mean, I think it's a good point, because unless we're very specific on a contract basis, what this person is doing, the tasks have to be all the time. I think, and that's what Matt now is saying. It's a good point. Whereas somebody that sits in the office 12 hours, 16 hours a week, is just gonna catch overflow from CEO, planning board, town manager, and they're gonna fill in the gaps. What a plan would be doing. It's kind of create their role, I think, with the time as opposed to the with the task description. So a loose task description for somebody that's in on the staff, very specific task description. And I don't know what that would look like. It'd kind of be hard to define. You'd have to define for a consultant. But either way, it would work. I think there's a need for it though. And, you gotta start somewhere. I think, yeah, you can't go from 0 to 100. You gotta go somewhere.
So this is why Dan Rascotta and Booth Bay ultimately ended up teaming up to hire a full-time planner between the two of them. I guess I'm concerned at this, I don't take issue at all with what everyone is saying, that there's a need for a planner. There really is a need, but it doesn't sound like we're ready at this point to recommend specifically how we do it. So I would propose, let's see what we can do with MCAD, and let's be really prepared for next year with a suggestion, or try and work with other towns and see if we could.
I personally feel like we're past that. We really need to get, I mean, maybe we don't actually, start until January, and then we're hiring someone for 6 months or something. But I think we can't wait to start this process. I totally understand your perspective. I just feel like we've got so many issues that we can't wait to start this process a year from now. That we really should, whatever we put in the budget, we can figure out how to make that work. But I don't, I'm not comfortable with it.
I am too. I think we really need to, I think Ben kind of said this in so many words that we're times now. Talked about this.
Let me,
I think
let me
if
put
we're
it,
gonna-
go
we're
ahead.
gonna- If we're gonna propose something like starting a position. whether it's part-time,
Something.
I think consulting is an easier way. So I think if we wanted to put 25,000 in planning consultation, so we had something there. So that if we need something comes up, we have, we need to hire someone to do something. We've got that far. If, however that works out. But I think to actually start this position rather than kind of just throwing some money in without a clear description as to what this is going to be, I think this would be a situation. We don't have to necessarily wait a year. Sometimes it's better to do these things separate from the budget because, we can always hold a special town meeting and, again, we've got money in fund balance, we've got money to kind of take care of this stuff. But I think the key is to have a plan before we get to that point. And we have our untapped resource. Whatever that is going to be. That I think we have been a busy year. I mean, we've
Right.
gone through, we have a new town manager, we have new board, we've been doing fire protection ordinance for quite some time. We've got turnover in the office, we've got COVID. I'm not using those as any excuses, but I just think that I would feel more comfortable, with our managers getting their sea legs for the town of Newcastle, and sort of spent this whole year seeing different needs that we have, understanding different things. So I think moving forward, I just, whatever the directive is, I'd like the, manager to have a clear idea what that is. Because ultimately they're going to be managing that personnel department, if you will. So I think
Thank you, Joel.
I think having it, I think not letting this discussion go is the key. I think keeping this discussion going and, talking about this. And I think that, again, I'm of the mindset where if we need something, we should be able to have it. And so that's where I think 25,000 in that consultation might be a good place. And if it doesn't get, that money could be shifted. We could shift that money to a position if we formed a position, we didn't expend it.
So that's a question. Is if, can you, so here's just another idea. I mean,
Yeah.
could we have a planning reserve? So it's more script. And then, because I think we're in a little place of discovery, whereas if we're going to talk to Mary and Max and those guys, try to figure this out, would it be a little bit more loose? Because if we put it in consultation and for some reason it feels like it might be better to do it as a staff position. Are we limited then, or can we just move?
We
it
could
away?
still.
Although consultation applies, it's just a one-off, we're asking them for advice, we're fund a line there that somebody who's, can really commit and see the big picture. Not spend, too many of their times, which that's what I'm concerned about the current. So, and then I wonder if 25 is enough. I'm not sure what the cost of a planner, if you cut it down to quarter time, half time, what that is, but 25 seems sort of low.
So my understanding of what's now Maine Council of Government, Midcoast Council of Governments, used to be Maine Council is that it's a group, it's a nonprofit group made up of planners, board members. it's a big group of people. Within that group, there's somebody like Max that's I think he's full-time in Waldeboro. It's their planner, but he offers his time through this organization to help towns like Newcastle that need some kind of services. So whether there's somebody else in that organization that can fill this gap, if we need a little more heavy lifting, I'm not sure, but that's a question for that organization. So
Wouldn't you want a planner to really understand your plan? Plan. If they're dealing with multiple towns, something like that, that's really laser focused. I see it sort of more as a long-term investment over time, because that's what a plan is over time. And if you're just piecemealing it, you're probably not going to get that big overarching view that you need for plan.
Ben wanted to say something too.
So just to maybe bring this around to kind of how we've been operating, because I'm nervous that the conversation will be like, oh, let's put aside some money and take a beat, because we've been doing that. And what's happened is that, for better or worse, I've become the default planner in Newcastle. And I would say in the past month, activities related, non-planning board planning activities that I've either helped the town or been involved with have easily consumed 40 hours, easily in a month. So that's only 10 hours a week. But I would say that of my list, like, what are we going to have a planner do? Like, my personal punch list of stuff to do that is just code related, not even comp plan related, or any other project related. That's easily a full-time position. I mean, I've been at night for a couple hours a night. I'll work on, new permit forms, guides for the code, checklists for reviewing for CEO and staff, and trying to get, training materials to planning board members, and, distill things that, like, this is planner activity. This is what a planner does or should be doing. And so it's not that I'm not saying that I regret doing that or that I'm upset by doing it. I've wanted to do it, and I've been doing it, but it is at the point where a professional should really be doing it. I should not be doing it. I've been happy to do it, and I've been doing it for free.
I want to say that we're a little disillusioned by what we have now because of some crazy volunteer like Ben that's willing to stay up all night and do this stuff for us. I'm being serious. I mean, I think we have a new code that was within committee, was basically, we didn't have somebody that would manage, learn the program to rewrite basically a code with, our input more, so I just think we wouldn't have competent edits. We wouldn't have applications that have been revised up to date. We wouldn't have a planning board that's knowledgeable of our new codes and our content. So I think we're asking a lot out of Ben's being very generous, but I think we're asking a lot from dedicated citizens. I think the town is benefiting a lot. Needs to be recognized.
I absolutely agree with that. I've been here 9 months. I don't feel prepared to make a professional recommendation. What to do, or be it hiring, be it contracting. I'm not sure what's out there.
Yeah.
Some research.
And that's
Yeah.
where,
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to kick the can down the road and maybe putting anything. Again, the idea is that if there's something that comes up or something that reveals itself that's out of the norm or out of the realm or whatever, you say, hey, we need this right now. That's the idea with the planning consultation.
Yeah, I guess, I mean,
Just for, and
Yeah.
I'm not saying to keep this as a.
no, that's
permanent
where,
line.
that's where it was. I mean, that's what it
And-
was originally created for, right? That
and
sort
I-
of idea that if it was something beyond what we needed, we could call in someone else.
But
Or-
I think the idea of moving forward with that plan and really kind of deciding what this position looks like is important. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable doing that in this. I don't mind, I think, you know, talking to people at town meeting and making having this discussion at town meeting maybe isn't a bad idea. I don't know, maybe it is a bad idea. Start talking about adding positions. But I think having that sort of figure as to what we're looking at. What is this gonna cost? What is this, what are the goals?
I want to have a proposal to bring to a special town meeting or a town meeting specifically so that we can say, this is our recommendation. This is what we think is going to save Ben, help the town
Well,
of
no, and
Newcastle.
I-
It's good for the town.
yeah.
I'm just joking.
No, I
Ben. It's
know,
not.
and I thank you, Tor, for what you said, and I appreciate that. But I'm not looking for recognition. I think what I'm trying to say is that the town requires at this point, in order to move forward past where we are, which is, just me doing little dinky stuff when I possibly can cram it into everything else. We've grown past that, and that's good. I mean, this is an enviable position to be in. There's projects that are happening here, big projects that are happening here, and I think more are coming, and I want to be prepared for that. So I don't think that it's beyond, absolutely wanting to do some research, put together a good proposal, but we're in a budget meeting here. We're not going to do that now. We stick a number on it. We say, we want to put together an RFP. We might use some of this funds. We might need more. We might need less. I don't think it has to go beyond that, but I would say, I would agree with Mal that if we want to be serious, and I'm encouraging us to be serious about this, because I believe this is where the town is at, that we put more than $25,000 towards it. Planners make $80,000 to $120,000 a year in larger towns, easily.
Yeah.
Easily. I mean,
For full-time.
for full time.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we're talking about a halftime, the bar has to start at $40,000 or $50,000. And maybe we go to town meeting and we say, hey, we put this in the budget because this is a real need. And in the time since we put it in the budget, we've done a little bit more research and we'd like to amend that number down. Or we need another 30 grand. I mean, that's not a problem, in my opinion. I think we've got time to do that research. We don't have to have all the answers right now. We just have to be committed to the idea that we need to spend money for a plan.
I mean, I've been, I've been in this area filing building permits for 23 years. I go to all these different towns. And, the difference between the little coastal towns that are just planning boards, focused on, the comp plan is something really boilerplate. And it's, planning board discussion, vote on it, between a town that's got a plan, is different. And we have Route 1, 15,000 cars a day that go through our corridor. We're on the doorstep of Demerscott, 10,000, 12,000 cars go down the street every day. I mean, we're in a commercial center, but we can't ignore that. So, planning is part of where we are.
I think that's, from what you're saying, the scope I was thinking, I wasn't even thinking of all half of the job. So I think, Sarah, I totally understand not really wanting to have a plan, and figure it all out. I really feel like we need to get going on it. And so we do have that time to sort of figure it out, but I really feel like we want to put some real money in the budget and then to develop the plan. And as Ben says, maybe we're going to be amending it at town meeting, proposing an amendment at town meeting, or, but I guess I don't want to. I think that it's appropriate while we're talking budget. We're talking budget at town meeting, which is when everybody talks about the big town things. I think it'd be better to do it there than to wait and have all our plans figured out and do it at a special. That's, I think, we better to do it now.
And I think we should avoid special meeting period when we can get it done through this.
Yeah. If we can, I mean, I think there's also an argument to say, have more regular meetings, so everything doesn't have to wait for once a year. I think that would be, in an ideal world, we wouldn't only have once a year to make big decisions. That's been the practice. But I think since I think we have time to do it, to get at least a first crack at this issue.
Well, and budgets are value statements, certainly. And if we see that we're going down and we need planning services, this is the time to show that, that approach that, we think it should take. It's time to ramp it up.
Another metric, just so you know, so you're aware of sort of all the facts. The last packet that came to the planning board meeting for review was 2 applications. It totaled 374 pages. It was 2 applications. And I mean, thank God that's not every meeting, but the one before that was 175 pages. So, and not everyone is like that. I mean, we welcome the small projects as well as the big projects, but for the 300, that's a lot of time. I mean, that's a lot of time to review a lot of that.
So what would be different with the plan?
The planner would, the planner would do that.
Okay.
The
Right.
planner would take the 307, and I, as the planning board chair, would say to the planner, did you review this? And tell us what you think. And they would
Planner
tell
might
us.
say, everybody on the board should read these sections.
Right. They'd say,
Yeah.
this is important,
But
this
just-
is important. These 20 pages are important.
And the plan would explain how it fits into the grand scheme of the.
They do the research and cross-reference with the comp plan, make sure everything, fit and everything like that. So, I mean, my time in review of that application packet was, I mean, I don't even know, several days.
In figuring out what to do next about this, Mary Ellen's just been through replacing a planner. And has a pretty good idea of what the market's like. So that would be a useful touchstone. And she will probably give you a number that you won't like.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is, I mean, I hate to say it is what it is, but I mean, we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't be South Bristol and want to be Denver Scott or some other commerce center at the same time. It just, I mean, we gotta choose, without that, without somebody like that. We're in a different situation. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it costs money. I get it now. But I think we have to discover this.
And I think part of our discussion, maybe, maybe we're increasing planning services. We're not really talking about consultation because this is not a one-time thing. This is something we need to build into our town operations. We need to do planning. We need to support planning services and hopefully have some time to do proactive. So I think we're probably talking about planning services. And again, that gives it, we also have time to start to have these discussions with other people and determine whether it's, contract services and how we do that. But I think to start the discussion, I really think that. So I guess the question is what that number is. Yeah, it's bigger than any of us think. And to really, I mean, from what I'm hearing, we could use a full-time planner. Easily. I don't think we're ready to do that. But if we went down our list of needs, that's where we'd be. And so it's prioritizing.
Is 45 the appropriate number? I mean, it
Probably
sounds
good
like
place
if a big town one would cost 80,000 a year, but
That's probably a place to start.
50.
Well, I was assuming that,
So
that's sort of built in.
Mr. Perry?
I don't think you can get a decent halftime planner that will actually spend a little bit of Ben-like hours on the side for under 50, and it would be an opportunistic situation where they had a halftime offer somewhere else. If you want somebody that's really going to be good, you probably have to move to a full-time position. And if the person you bring in at a halftime position, they're going to be hungry, they're going to be looking, and if you train them, somebody else will buy them from the cheap. It's a market game of the first order. So
That's, I guess, exactly why I wanted a little bit more time, because I could talk to other towns and see if there are other towns in the county that have a need that maybe we could split a planner similar to the way that Booth Bay and Damascotta are. And then as a backup, look into consultation, talk to Mary Ellen and get a read on her.
and you might want to talk with the folks in Damascotta and Booth Bay. I think two halftime tasks is not going to fit a single person very well. It's going to be all sorts of time conflicts that will make that a difficult thing to pull off. And they're both rich enough to do it on their own full time.
some,
And I think we're talking about a number here. not defining,
Right. which can be
or-
changed.
Or telling Sarah what she has to do. I think we're just talking about a number, right?
Well,
I like having a plan. I like having a number that, right, that we know it's vetted, we know that that is going to be the number, and that's what we're budgeting rather than. I understand the need. I'm not arguing with that at all, but where we don't know.
well, the way that we write budget warrant articles is that they can be amended down, but not amended up. And I have no problem doing a floor amendment down. But if we discover in the next, month that we're going to eat up all of your contingency and we'll have to transfer money out of the general fund just to get anywhere near close to what we need, then why didn't we just put in what we needed?
It wouldn't come out of contingency. It would just be an overage in a planning line. Because this would be a budgeted expense. We just didn't budget enough. So we would reflect that overage to show in the next year, this is what needs to be budgeted. Contingency, again, is for something that is unbudgeted completely, that we don't have a line for already.
But I think we need to be, I think we need to acknowledge it. I'm just thinking, waiting a year, we're not talking about a year, we're talking about a year plus another 3 months, July, before we can really spend that money. So, I mean, that's a long time. Make it work so that we can get something now. I think that's what we need to do. Very good.
I would propose that we change that 3,000 in planning services to 50 and task you with developing the plan. But there's something there to work with. If the plan worked, if the plan that gets developed fits within that, wonderful. If it doesn't, we'll be revisiting it the way we would if we weren't putting that there now. At least it gets us started.
Yeah, significance.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a very
Right, because
significant
it's
start.
gonna be like 30, probably a 30% increase.
It does
Yeah.
leave the space for ballot.
right.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if we can't pull it off, I will move it to 0 myself. But I think we got to be serious.
It's a good place to have arrived at for the town.
It's a great place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it honestly is. The fact that we knew that we've been coming to it for a long time, years we've been coming to it, and now that we're here, it's it shouldn't be really a surprise. I hope it's not going to be a surprise for anyone.
Yeah.
It probably will be a surprise, but it's certainly not a surprise.
For those who
to
don't
me.
understand what a planner would do and what's the value, you just have to be able to explain.
A planner will be the staff person for our planning board. They will help coordinate with developers' applications that go to the planning board. They will help manage amendments and suggest changes and work with our code enforcement officer based on the code enforcement officers on the ground, recommendations for amendments to our core zoning code. Typically, you all hired a consultant for the comprehensive planning process. Usually that's a planner's job. So our implementation committee would be in the planner's lane. Our housing committee would be in the planner's lane. I mean, there's definitely, you're not wrong.
And the most important thing, besides all of that, is that when people call me and say, I got some land on blah, 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 what can I do with it? I can say, call the planner. And the CEO can say, call the planner. And the planner can have that conversation with people. Where I really should not be having that conversation with people. And neither should the CEO.
Code enforcement officer's role is in the title. It's enforcement.
I processed well, I was the architect on a project up in West. And it's a big project, 6-story building, 50,000 square feet residential unit in downtown Waterville.
Mm.
I mean, downtown Augusta on Water Street. And the developer worked with the planner for 3 months, creating the application process, creating the actual application. And went to planning board, have it reviewed and voted on. The planner stood up and presented the whole project in slides and in PowerPoint presentation to the planning board. The applicant and myself said very little, only just to catch a couple of questions. And then the planning board said, okay, so everything's that meets the ordinance and all the codes and everything is set. The planner said, yep, all set. Then they opened it up to public hearing. Nobody said anything. They closed it and took a vote. It took the planning board 10 minutes. The planner took 3 minutes.
And I'm not saying Newcastle has much in common with Waterville, but I will throw a little bit of a wrench in what you all are saying. It's a city of 17,000 and we get a part-time planner. So,
Do they need a job?
Huh?
Do they need a job?
I think they're on the, I think they might be thinking about retiring at this point, but
Damn.
yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah.
So
That Ann
I'll
Beveridge?
echo Ben's point.
Ann
is
Beveridge?
that
Yes.
if,
Yeah, she's great.
You know, if they're going to the planner, I'm not hearing, well, the code enforcement said I could do it. And then you're factually trying to hammer that out and there's a violation.
Yeah.
But if they were talking to the planner, it doesn't matter if the planner. told them.
My conversations with people are ridiculous because I have to say, okay, I'm not giving you permission to do this. Don't take anything that I'm going to say as, permit authority. You still have to go through the application process.
You know,
I'll repeat that 8 or 9 times in the
I've
conversation.
heard Ben told me to do it. Yeah. Yeah, despite
Right.
all that.
Ben said I could do it.
Yeah.
No, I said, you got to go through the process.
So let's do it and move on.
I think he said.
Yep.
For planning services. Everyone good with that?
Yep.
I'll put it in a select board recommendation.
Take it out of Joel's.
Take- Yeah.
No, take it out of mine.
Even better. Poor Ben.
We're taking a lot out of this though, so
Yeah.
maybe take a little bit out of mine too.
Are there any other questions for the planning and development subtotal?
So are we putting that in line 18?
Yep.
Is that correct? Okay.
Line 18.
Was this the quick section?
No.
man.
Nope.
She
Yeah.
said this one would take a little while.
Yeah, that would take a little while. Moving on to public safety. So compensation, we have some changes. The recommendations that I have here are from our interim fire chief and have been voted on by the fire company members. This is their recommendation for updated stipends for officers. They have some new titles and new officers that they haven't had in the past. This is including having a part-time chief for the next year. This is not a permanent recommendation necessarily, but this is their recommendation for this coming year. So there's a stipend in there for the chief, and then there are officer stipends. The officer titles include lieutenant, captain, assistant chief, deputy chief, foreman of trucks and motorized equipment, foreman of SCBA equipment, which is the oxygen tank apparatus that they use on the scene of fire or other emergency. Training officer, communications officer, shop steward for the Huntley station, and shop steward for the Sheepshead station. So many of those are new. Last year, we had stipends for the lieutenant, captain, assistant chief, and deputy chief. However, where we have a part-time chief, there has been more need for other officers to pick up other responsibilities. This is similar to the model that the fire department was operating under prior to Clayton becoming full-time. So that's, I believe, what they based that recommendation on. The fireman line that you'll see is solely call hours that come in. So we've been fortunate this year. We haven't had as many calls as we did last year, but the number that's recommended is staying the same because you never know.
A number of vehicle rollovers lately, though.
Yeah.
What's going on with that? Can we change line 3 to be firefighters instead of firemen, please? I do believe
Yeah.
there's some women in the company.
Sure.
With the chief wouldn't be receiving wouldn't be receiving an hourly as well. Is that
No.
correct?
Nope, this is a stipend.
Okay. What about the deputy chief?
Deputy chief also stipend. In addition to call hours.
What,
That's what
that's
he
what I'm
wants.
saying. and
Oh,
so,
yes. So I believe the
so the
chief,
12,000, so I don't believe that's how it works in other towns with the higher stipend. I think the idea with the higher stipend was that it was,
No call.
that's the way I understood it, but I could be wrong. That's the only clarification I'd like to just see what we're at.
I believe that was a stipend. Our chief has not been putting in. But this is a. this is
Yeah,
a
it would
change.
be good to know what the, just so that we know, and I'm not saying not to, it's just important to know
Oh, yeah.
what we're.
Let me talk to the fire company about what their intentions were. Either way, I think the budget would probably stay the same.
Yeah.
But let me get their feedback on it. Are there any other questions about compensation or? Fire department subtotal for equipment. Many of the costs have changed based on market increases, such as SCBA equipment. This is budgeting for 2 tanks to be bought every year, oxygen tanks. This does not include the packs and the masks for SCBA equipment, which I believe the last time packs and masks were updated was about 30 years ago. So the interim fire chief and I are going to work together on a FEMA grant for this next year to see what we can get for replacing that equipment. And then if there's anything that isn't covered by the FEMA grant, or if we're not approved at all, that'll be included in the next year's budget. The estimated cost for that is about 108,000. So I didn't want to put it into this year's budget though, even though there is a pressing need, because I didn't want to budget for 108,000 and then get a FEMA grant for the entirety of it and have all of that money roll over into fund balance. Either way, the grant application period is the same. It's in the fall. So,
I'm sorry.
yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just confused. There's equipment under SCBA that we haven't updated for 30 years.
Packs and masks about, yep. Oxygen tanks we replace on a schedule. Those are frequently updated and replaced, but the packs and masks don't. It might be a little less than 30 years, Ben, but that's the number.
I'm just like, you said that and my brain just exploded. I've been doing this for years and I've never, ever heard that.
Our interim chief gave me a great equipment replacement schedule that we can use for future budgeting cycles, that gave us a list of all the equipment that we have, the year it was purchased, the estimated year that it should be replaced, and how we should be budgeting for it. So remember that, put a pin in it, because it's going to come up again when we talk about reserves. Because we have a fire truck from 1976. So packs and masks, that's another one that really needs to be replaced now. But I've seen FEMA grants cover almost all of it. in the past.
We can get antique vehicle plates for the fire truck now.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Wouldn't that be good? Yeah.
We can only use it for parades though.
We are going to start to work to budget for these replacements and get it.
Pickup truck I drove here tonight was almost 20 years, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Those three. So,
I got a 94. Whoa.
Yeah.
Good.
Very good.
We have an increase in the communications line. This is for a new radio. That's quite a bit more modern than the other radios that previously were being bought, and it really includes everything that they need and will ensure that they don't need to replace the radios.
Because we just bought some
Sooner.
new radios.
Right.
Yeah, this is for a few new. They're
Not to replace the ones we just replaced.
no for older ones, but they're nicer radios than what we've been replacing them with.
the year to date on the communication is off by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because we did a bunch right off.
Was that out of a reserve account by chance?
No.
No, it was this year.
Yeah.
That's not what I saw in Trio. So let me pull it, Joel, and see if maybe it was charged to it.
Yeah, 'cause we had a couple in August. We had a couple.
I'll take a closer look and see if it was charged to the correct place or if it was a reserve or rolled over for some reason.
Because I think
From last
let's see, the budget on that.
year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Training, the firefighters are doing quite a bit. They're doing some new trainings that they haven't done in the past. They recently sent me a request for a controlled burn of a house. Someone's donating a house for that basically needs to be. So they're going to get some practice doing some training with that. Sorry, I can't find the letter in time. It's not. That's why the budget is increased. And you'll see the same consistently with things like new equipment, vehicle maintenance. It's about a 10% recommended estimated increase because of cost of services going up. Are there any questions?
So they haven't had any expenses for training this year to date? Since it-
Like that I don't think that's right though,
No,
David, because
should-
they've
'cause
had
I've seen
training-
them, yeah,
trainings.
yeah.
The year to date numbers.
Is it low?
Seems,
Because it
Well,
might be higher.
Two-
than
it's
the
just a few of
2,000.
them.
well, vehicle gas oil, $2,400. Seems.
Yeah, but look at actual last year.
And all volumes.
Well, and again, the year-to-date figures are from a month ago, so they'll be
Yeah.
a little higher than this when I input them. But let me ask Casey about the training line. Let me ask about the communications line, and I'll search through Trio and see if an invoice was charged to the incorrect place, and I'll
I think that just a clear understanding of where we're at with the pay of compensation, how that works out too, just so that we know where
Right.
what's call hours and what's not, and
The 12,000 is a stipend, and then call out.
No,
But I
I understand that, but I guess the idea with the higher stipend is usually that's, but yeah, so that's my, I guess that's my question.
Let me ask what the intention was.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions under fire department? I'll make notes to get back to you on.
Finance committee have anything?
I'm still feeling a little steamrolled. I just, and now I'm looking at it and I'm just wondering if there's anything else that could honestly use more funding and maybe historically hasn't been accurate to what the needs really were.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I like that the budget's going up. I've been asking for that for a decade. And it's not about me, it's about supporting the fire company. And just to hear that we've got 30-year-old masks and packs does not, I mean, it just makes me like nervous, very nervous. Like, are there other things in here that we really should be like
I'll share the
considering
equipment
throwing money at?
replacement
Okay.
Schedule with you guys.
All right.
And I think we're going to be having a discussion in reserves, right?
Yes.
So,
Well, trucks aside,
yeah.
I mean,
well,
trucks
but-
aside, I'm just talking about like the equipment they need,
but
radios and, you know,
But I
all
guess
that.
I'm expecting the reserve discussion
Mhm.
might not just be about trucks.
Great. Okay.
At this point, it's about trucks.
There you go.
Yeah. Sorry about it.
Well-
I brought up the SCBA equipment because I was pondering putting that in the budget for this year. But I don't want to budget 100,000, 108,000 when we could get a grant for it. I don't want that money rolling over into undesignated fund balance.
Okay, but so just counterpoint, what happens if we don't get the grant?
Then it's budgeted for next year at 108,000.
Now we're using 31-year-old equipment. I mean, so.
Right.
What is a
Is there an intermediary measure that we need to be considering or not?
No.
Okay,
That's not, I talked to the interim fire chief about it. He was comfortable with us applying for the grant together in the fall. The equipment, it works, but it's just time. It's time to replace it. Unfortunately, we have a schedule to replace the tanks. There hasn't been a schedule to replace the packs and masks in the past. So when they were bought originally, it was with a grant. So that's what we're going for this time. I'll share the equipment replacement schedule with you. You're not wrong, Ben. We're on it. We're on it.
thank you.
Yep, we're working.
Great.
Come up with an equipment replacement schedule for it.
Good.
For a lot of this stuff that's falling behind. Okay.
So
Uh,
30-year-old masks smell like.
We'll move on to animal control services. A contract change, slight increase with Lincoln County Animal Shelter. Other than that, everything's the same. As we knew in emergency help services, CLC ambulance costs are going up by, for us, it's 52,300. So 166.8%. Total in that budget line. It's 172.06% just for CLC. Emergency medical services costs, we've talked at length about it. That's why you'll see such a large increase in that.
And the 82,000 is solely the ambulance, there's nothing else. Would be.
Just
And that's not even a necessarily right number, right? Or is that, no, that's the one we've agreed on.
right.
It's the year after that. Okay. This 23 is throwing me off. The
Oh,
years
the
are,
fiscal year.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Oh,
so,
like
yeah, 'cause we-
Formula, it will.
the formula
is
could change,
Currently under discussion,
right, for going forward.
right. but
This
one
isn't
is-
going forward, this is what this one's
Yeah.
set.
I caught something for
What'd you catch?
streetlights. Do we get to lower that? Oh, we're not there yet. I'm sorry.
Is that, well, we're there. We're there now. Yeah,
Because that was the whole idea of switching our streetlights over, was that we were saving money. Looks like we're saving money.
Okay.
I don't know if we want to wait for, I mean, how are we getting billed for our electricity on that? Is it like a
the
weird-
same way as we
but-
were before. Yeah, for streetlights.
So it's just, I mean, we're getting an actual bill from CMP
Mm-hmm.
for those, and it's not gonna be a weird one in like a month that's $4,000. that we know about.
No. Nope. The same, the billing is the same.
So it's okay,
Spent 2,700, so it's gonna be well below the budget.
2,700. So
We can reduce that line.
so we spent in 2018, we spent almost $7,000, then over $7,000, then over $7,000, then $5,000 in 21.
Yeah,
And
that
then-
was, these went into service, right?
Yeah,
Or it's-
and then 20, so we like savings.
Why don't we reduce it to 4? So it's closer to
Yeah.
year-to-date
Yeah.
figures.
That's good. huh?
That's awesome.
I see.
Yeah, that's
We
awesome.
There we
moved the
go.
First
budget down.
reduction.
We're not adding that to your salary.
We moved the
Yeah.
budget down. That's pretty good.
Yeah, good catch, Joel.
So
Yeah.
Year to date on these is the plan.
Beginning of April at this point, I need to update the year-to-date numbers.
So we would have April, May, and June, 3 months left then.
But we have longer daylights.
Shorter
I mean,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have shorter nights.
Right.
Shorter night.
Right, that's true.
Well, cool, yes, but those are unmetered accounts.
They're on.
They are.
Uh,
on it.
That's
So totally,
That's-
so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So can you just do a pro rata share? So let's do 2758 times 1.3.
4,000.
Because we want to make sure that we're budgeting for any increases in electric rates. We'll of course have a new contract with Constellation.
Yep.
Around.
Um, solar.
Any other questions for infrastructure?
uh, Infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hydrants,
I got some
streetlights,
questions.
traffic. Okay.
Oh, well, not, yeah, I got some questions. So heating fuel, should
Oh,
we?
fire
That's
station.
part- that's-
You
Oh,
jumped
not
down the
infrastructure,
line.
so-
Not infrastructure.
Oh, that's for fire station. Okay, yeah. No, I got nothing.
All right, let's go to fire station.
Fire station, heating fuel?
Yep.
Should we be thinking fuel might be more expensive maybe next year?
However, the fire station heating fuel includes the community room, which we just transitioned to electric.
I don't know how much that's gonna offset.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
Most
gonna
of
be,
it- most
yeah,
of the bays.
and it's mostly like the waste heat from that thing down there. Our air to air happening right now.
It's kind of interesting. Sorry.
What's that? I don't think our air is exchanging.
I wondered if that
It's
was
kind
what
of
you were
stuffy in
doing.
here.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was getting drowsy,
Yeah.
so it's not running.
I was just gonna say, I think it's kind of interesting.
But Yeah, oh, what do you say? Interesting.
Oh, on heating oil, the cost year to date is 23.67. And it's down quite a bit from previous years,
Mhm.
but also the call volume's down. And the gas that we spend on vehicles is down. So maybe it just means, just guessing. It's opening, closing doors.
That number, I wonder, too, was up because we had a full-time person here. Oh, right before. So I wonder if it's down. because-
Right, because if you increase the year to date by 25% even, that's only gonna bring us to about $3,000. for this year.
What do you mean?
Because we're only through the end of April, or I'm sorry, through the 1st of April here. So we have 3 months left of the year.
Right.
So even just if we spent it at the same rate that we have on heating oil, we're only gonna be up to about $3,000 in having spent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could be too, that like there's a bill right before, there could be two more big bills or who knows, whatever. So it could be,
That's true.
it could be more like $4,000. But if we're, I'm just saying with the cost of fuel being
Yeah.
maybe we should put a little bit more in that.
Then-
I'm hoping to make a suggestion. Yeah, well, we kind of, yeah, anyway.
But there is more in it than we're spending, right? Even if it
What's
goes
that?
up. I mean, there is more in it. If we
Yeah,
only-
but
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 for
what-
next year, the. if
Right, but
fuel
I'm saying
prices
if we-
continue to go up.
But if we're only gonna spend 3,500 this year, it's
But we don't-
$2,000 more than that.
yeah, but I mean, I would say about four, I'd say we'd want to say we're probably spending about $4,000.
Well, because it might be that
We might have
the
gotten a
tanks
couple
got
of
filled,
bills.
the bill, we got the bill for filling the tanks.
We
the
could
day
technically
after.
have 3 fills in there between
Yeah.
now and then.
Yeah.
So the average cost today is $5.74.
Luckily,
Yeah.
luckily we have a contract.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard
Still,
to,
the next.
But our next one won't be.
I know.
If you
Yes,
look
it was
at the
over
trend
$6
of,
a gallon I saw today.
17, 18, 19, that increase into that 6,000.
Yeah,
We may want to be closer to that.
I think we,
Plus escalation.
I would
Fuel
just,
costs.
I mean, I just, like I said, I just don't want to go over on a line and this is where we're kind of thinking about.
So we locked in a contract rate at $2.33 per gallon back
Until
in
just
December.
for this winter.
When does it go?
It ends, let's see, when did I bring that to all of you? I think right when I started, it was in the fall. that
So
I-
we could
that we
get,
put out
so
an
we could
RFP.
put a couple more tanks down here and
Fill it up
fill
now.
them all up and.
Jesus.
So it's the beginning of May. By the time we go back out in the fall, oil's not going to be back down.
No.
It could be up to 7.
So we should
However,
be-
usage is down. So
Yeah, but
Yeah,
well,
but-
well, we
we-
should take our number. So if it's $4,000, if it's $4,000 that we're saying it's gonna be, we should double that number to $8,000.
God, please no. I hope you're so wrong.
Well, I hope I am too, but I'm just saying,
Why don't?
I
why don't
would
we
rather
just-
take a 5-year average and keep it where it is. And if we go over, we go over. And then we budget accordingly for next year with the new updated 5-year average. Because we are under
We could take
year to
the,
date this
we
year.
could take the streetlights overage or underage, the 3,500 from there. Then you don't change the fund.
yeah, the bottom line doesn't change. We just saved it in lights.
Well, are we gonna have the same discussion about electricity?
Yeah.
We've got heat pumps,
Yeah.
Yeah,
heat
that's
pumps,
right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be spending more on electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you call the heating fuel 6. For the electricity. a little bit.
6,
I
right?
mean, we've been over 2 in the past, back in 17 or
I'm
20,
thinking-
25.
Yeah, I think it's 7.
Yeah, I'm thinking at least 7 would be. Yeah, we don't want,
7 and 3 or 4.
Well, I'm trying to think back. Last time oil spiked real high and we were in that position of having to get a contract. I still don't think it was. I think it was under 4. Remember that?
what's that?
The last time oil spiked and we were like, how are we gonna pay up roads and all that stuff? And then the oil contract came about it. We had to rush out to do it like in a week. We ended up paying. Right.
Yeah.
It might have been less. But still, we thought that was like insane.
Right.
And the price today is almost 6.
That's what I paid. for Diesel.
So what are the odds that it's gonna be under $4 9 months from now?
It's not gonna be 9 months, but if we do that this summer,
Or 6 months.
depends. Is the war still going on?
But it
Yeah.
looks like usage is about half. Half.
I don't
This year's
trust,
in
I don't
another-
trust that number, so. I mean, I would say if we based it on. I mean, 19 fuel oil,
Yeah, without knowing the gap.
Eva has a question. Yep.
Well, the usage, I think, is important because if our assistant or whatever, our fire chief, or whatever he's called now,
Interim?
interim fire
Yeah.
chief, is not here all the time, then the usage isn't gonna go back to full-time like it was in the past.
That's true.
When Clayton was here all the time, if he's not here all the time, and both the oil and the electricity should be low. And if what we went through with the fire department is gonna hold for the whole budget year, then it doesn't seem to me to make sense to increase these way up when the usage we know will stay down for this budget.
I guess
If
we're.
he's here for a third of the time and the price of oil is 3 times what it was, what's the difference?
Still, we have to share.
When you're dealing with a volatile thing like heating fuel, though, I feel like. I don't know.
So what's probably budget somewhat reasonably, and then if it's really high, it goes over. It's over
Then
because
we
we have
do-
no control over the fact that it's
Well, so
Hilton's an ass.
this is one of those things where like, technically, we're not allowed to go over.
Yeah.
Period. Like if a line is looking like it's gonna go over, we have 2 options. One, we transfer funds from another line item that's under by a vote of the Board of Selectmen under the authority granted you by the warrant article. It says you can transfer up to 2% of any budgeted line item to any other budgeted line item. Or you go back to the voters and you ask for permission. Neither of those is awesome. They're not great. So it's better to be a little on the high side and go, ooh, than to have to schedule a special town meeting to ask 5 people who might show up to yell at you about how much you're spending on heating fuel when you can't control it.
Then we end up with the fund balance.
That's a fun, I mean, that's something that we manage.
Well, I mean,
That's
we're not
something
gonna,
that we
we're not gonna put
manage.
10,000. I mean,
Right.
I totally
You're
agree
still
with you.
gonna-
I
I'm
want
just
real-
saying.
I want realistic numbers. I don't want to pad the budget, but.
I'm not suggesting that.
I know,
mean,
I know,
you-
exactly.
you-
I know.
You make the best guess you
Exactly.
can, but you have very limited options about, it's not like a business. Like if we spend more money on a line item in our business, that's on us. Like,
We're.
we go,
we're
can we do
making-
that? I don't know.
We're also making assumptions on why these numbers are different than they are, which we don't actually know. So that's the other side of it. I mean, we're assuming that it's because, but I don't think Clayton was cranking the heat here either, so.
Hard to know.
So I
You know, when you
guess-
get older, you turn the heat
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
'Cause
So
you
I
ever
just-
go- You go into your parents' house.
I
and it's
just
like
would
that
say,
100.
It wasn't so bad.
I would say 8's where I would put it, but just because.
We just put 8.
I think it's too high. but-
You know, I think we're in a really tough world now.
We are.
and Things are incredibly expensive.
That's what
Yeah,
it says.
8's good.
So I'm with you.
And then electricity, we gotta go up on electricity too.
And I'd split the difference. I'd say 7 on fuel and 3 on electricity.
I'd say 3 on electricity too. Okay, so there we go.
No.
I don't think that, I mean, this is
No.
an efficient thing. I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Unless you know something I don't.
Just
No, I just
we just have a load that's going all the time. Yeah, it's efficient, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
7 for heating fuel, 3
it's
for
our
electric.
first.
Is there a thermostat out here for the oil?
Yeah, I was just gonna.
There is.
It's a separate zone,
It's
right?
right here.
Okay.
I asked the interim chief what the intention was, by the way, with compensation, and he said the chief's stipend was for the stipend plus call hours. So the budget lines wouldn't change, but that was the intent.
So where do the call hours pay go? Come out of?
Firefighters.
We're not running. I don't know. Is the
Shouldn't be 71. when we're not-
Hope you got a service contract on that.
It should
my
be,
question? Yeah.
it should be this low, it should be the mid to low 60s in here.
Are there any other questions on
I
the
am
fire station subtotal? So I'll
Oh.
add 7 for heating, 3 for electric.
I just had one quick question about janitorial.
Okay.
Who does that? Yeah.
We
What's their sort of job?
It's the same janitors that we use for town hall,
Okay.
Carolyn. So they split their time between the community room and town hall. And then the firefighters added a new officer position for maintenance of and cleaning of the actual fire station.
So they're taking care of that space.
That's the
out
shop
there.
steward.
So basically the janitor's owns for this.
Correct. Anything else? Sheepskin,
Figure it out.
well, you won't be happy because I reduced the estimate for heating fuel because we only spent $340 out of our 1,200 budgeted. And that seems relatively consistent. Some years we expend the full 1,000 budgeted, some years for some reason it's only in the 300s. So I'd budgeted 1,000 as opposed to 1,200 for heating fuel.
I don't understand how it could possibly be $1,000 one year and $300 another year.
Yeah.
Didn't you say we
Use-
drain the
I don't know.
lines of it?
What?
In the sheepskin. fire
Fire
station?
No, and Harriet third.
Oh,
Harriet Bird, we have, yep. We haven't had the heat on at all. We winterized it for the last 2 years. Harriet Bird, but Sheepskin, we do. You're fine with 1,000. then. So debt services, this is not changing, same as last year. We have these fixed bond payments for fire truck and for Academy Hill.
did we skip public works on purpose?
We did it last.
We
year.
did public works.
Oh, I'm
last time.
sorry. Yeah.
So just a question on the fire truck.
Yeah.
The balance on that, maybe is left about maybe $90,000 or something.
We have 5 years left, yep, on the fire truck. So we'll actually put a pin
Oh,
in
5
that
years, yeah.
too, because we'll talk about it when we get to reserves.
Okay. The balance, it's like 90-ish. Do we, I don't know that you have that number up on.
I don't have the number
Fingertips,
total, but it's a fixed
Yeah.
debt
But-
service.
So my question will just be, and we can talk about it later, like why do we just pay that off?
That's a fair question.
I asked that question
No
3 years ago.
No interest.
Well, I have an interest in it. The interest rate's
Oh,
not
I meant
great.
interest rate. No.
Yeah, yeah. The interest rate is not great on that compared to the Academy Hill loan.
It's getting to be pretty good
Yeah,
now.
right.
though.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah,
it's getting
for-
better.
That's where we're at now.
2 months from now, it will look marvelous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is everyone okay keeping that the same
Yeah.
then?
Yeah.
Right. County taxes are going up by 7.02% to $452,758. we received the county tax assessment in March.
Jen, do you know what their, I mean, that's our assessment. Do we know what their total budget? Is it?
They
Were
did,
going
they
up,
did
or-
publish their full budget, Rob.
Yeah.
I don't have it
Yeah, I'm just curious.
in the budget sheet. Yep, but it was in the paper. I
And-
can show you the letter too that they sent us.
Do you remember if it's fairly close to flat or was it significant change or?
I don't remember off the
Okay.
top of my head. I lasered in
yeah.
on Newcastle.
I understand.
Before we move on to the other stuff, now I just remembered a question I had that I forgot about. Back on Skedonto Library, I'm afraid somebody's gonna ask, so I think we prepared with an answer. Which town was it? Noblesboro? They're like, nah, we're not giving you what you requested. What happens in that case?
They would need to update their provider agency request for next year. It's too late for this year.
Right, but Noblesboro said, no, we're not gonna give you,
You mean in town meeting?
yeah.
No.
Well, the selectmen recommended a lower amount by significant
Which?
amount. I think it was Noblesboro.
The title you just used was kind of a weird title.
But it's
Oh, are they really? They haven't changed?
Mm.
Oh,
Oh, no.
okay.
No.
You were.
Yeah, no.
It was intentional.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just means that
But what is Skedonto do?
Noblesboro residents don't support the library.
It's up to the library to figure out how to adjust their funding model. And if it means that they need to adjust their provider agency request, they'll have to do that for the next fiscal year.
And Noblesboro residents wanting to use Skedonka Library would pay.
potential. We don't know.
Right, they didn't not fund it, but I think they gave them like 12 grand. I just was,
Then
somebody
it's
might bring
between the
that up.
library and Noblesboro, but
Education, we saw a reduction. This is largely in part to state subsidies. We saw a reduction for Great Salt Bay of approximately 71,000. We did have an increase from our secondary school of 48,000 for a bottom line reduction of 22,869. So,
Lovely.
Yep. that never happens, so savor it.
Combination of state subsidy on the GSB and numbers of kids.
Great.
Fewer kids, I think, GSB and more.
I mean, the
There's more
schools
secondary.
are acting more efficiently. lower cost.
I won't comment on that.
Okay.
All right.
Bless you.
Reserve accounts. Most of these are flat.
It's not so bad.
They're the same. We're advocating for the same amount to be put into the reserve that we do every year. The only changes, we already talked about roads capital projects. That's of course our largest increase in funding a reserve account. I suggested a reduction in municipal building reserve down to 50 because I know 75 was put in last year to fund the construction to town hall. We are going to get that through ARPA funding. Pretty much in full. So we won't be expending as much as projected out of the municipal building reserve. So
So
I
does that
reduced
just
it.
go back into the reserve?
Yeah.
Do we know what we have in that reserve?
As of June, as of the value plus the budget for last year was about 73,000 in the municipal building reserve,
Say that one more time.
73,000
We had
So that's
70.
that the far right column,
was from, yes,
and that's
is what should be in there. Okay,
at
admit
the
it
end of this fiscal.
of last fiscal year. So this doesn't include this year's expenditures, and that's my fault. I've been trying, as you know, I know how to use Munis, I don't know how to use Trio. I've been trying to get in touch with our auditors because our reserve accounts work in a different way than our expenditure accounts do. We transfer what we allocate every year into different accounts, and I can't figure out how to balance them. So I've been trying for a month to get a hold of our auditors to no avail. So I have the numbers here that are from June, it doesn't include current year expenditures. I apologize.
So you're
Since
just
I've-
saying that 73,000 value plus budget is actually, or
should
at
be
the
what's in
end
there.
of June will actually be 148.
We had, the thing is, Ben, we have expended out of that one. So we expended for the building reserves. I need to then balance it with putting ARPA funds back into that. So I'm sorry, those numbers are
Yeah,
not,
but roughly, I
Current.
mean.
it should be.
But if we're
should be
getting res-
something like that.
Some
Yeah.
we haven't expended at all, so the numbers are accurate.
But it specifically in the municipal building reserve, I guess, is the.
Yeah, and I
We're-
I just need trio help. It's
Right.
just,
But we're gonna have well over 100 in the balance, close to 150, probably, depending on timing of when the ARPA funds actually get in there to balance it all out.
So it'd be somewhere between 100 and 140,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Correct.
roughly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but with the municipal building reserve, we used to just sort of we'd put money in when we had a project to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And then we'd use it. And then this is sort of a new concept. The idea of putting money actually away.
Right.
For building reserve. And I think I don't know that I would slow that roll. Because we have money coming back, because we got a lot of money we could spend, we got a lot of money that we should spend or something else. And so I think the idea of building up some more in the municipal building reserve is not a bad idea.
there's a lot that's needed. Paint, siding repairs. We have a serious storage issue at town hall that we need to figure out how to
And
address.
and here.
And here.
And
Yeah, okay.
we do have that sort of proposal we discussed earlier about going electric in the town office.
So, and we did get
So-
that approved, 25 out of ARPA. The remainder would come out of our building reserve.
Yeah.
Right? So,
So just to fill in the finance committee, so we used some ARPA funding to put in this heat pump air ventilation system in just a couple months ago. And while the contractors were here, we had them look at town office. Town office, we have air handler that we have an air-to-air system. We have a life breath that up until the pandemic started had never been serviced and is not run correctly. And we also, when they were first there, they found that the humidity in the town office was that similar to like the Sahara Desert.
it's like 20%.
Yeah,
less than
it was
20%.
bad. And so the idea that we had was, and again, we've approved some ARPA money to fix the air quality in the town office. And in the initial, when we did the renovation work, we recalibrated everything because of COVID. We broke things up a little bit more, so we have more spaces that are broken up. And we added some heat pumps to help with that. The problem is that we've created a couple of weird cold or hot pockets, depending on the season, that aren't being conditioned. And so sort of out of that money, we're using the ARPA money to finish to do the ventilation aspect of the project. And then some additional funds we've talked about for finishing adding some heat pumps, since we already started down the mini split road of putting mini splits in, finishing it out, putting mini splits in. And we would basically, we would be able to remove our heat plant in there, which is old, not functioning properly and running all the time currently. So when it was set up to run with it was set up like it had a, it was heating hot water. It was running and it's set up so that it's running like it should have a loop for a hot water tank. But in town office, we have an electric hot water tank that's about this big. And so all summer long, for as long as we know, that thing fires up just to keep the core warm.
200,000 BTU.
So the idea that the contractors were looking at was being able to basically just remove it. Because right now it's even the way the heat is set up in that space, it's not effective. It's basically all it is. It's kind of like this room, but if this room was the entire office, there's like a perimeter ring of heat, and that's it. Nothing in the center. There's nothing. It's very bizarre how it's set up. So anyway, that's sort of that backstory on that.
So we have plans to fix that in part with ARPA money. Some would come out of municipal building reserves because their estimate was 30 some odd. We were also toying around with the idea of if we
And
can remove the fuel tank,
This is the icing.
is
on
where
the
it
cake.
ties in,
This is the
yeah.
icing on the cake
we can
right here.
install a storage closet and change the footprint a little bit. So where the room outside of my office, the conference room with a bathroom hallway, that would be the entrance to the closet door, but it would take up some of the space that is presently in our storage closet that you can access through the wall.
Basically, the utility room would disappear because we wouldn't need it anymore. There would be an air handler that would be in part of it, but there would have to be some additional, some drywall, doors, different things like that. We'd have to buy.
Would you not just close off where the lobby access is to the bathroom, just use that whole space? Or do you have to have access to the bathroom? It's not a public.
That would be
restroom.
nice, Karen.
To use that space, you mean,
Yeah, to
close it off?
take that door away.
Because that's just wasted space too. There's a significant
Yeah.
size little area there that could also be used for storage.
You know,
Anyway,
we're not using as a planning, I mean, as a meeting room anymore either. So you don't have to go through the
Right.
office,
Yeah.
security issues.
I'm
We
not
are
gonna-
still using it as a meeting room though sometimes, I
Yeah.
would say.
gonna recuse myself from this discussion on the door.
I'm not. I'm not.
Let's get into that.
Get rid of it.
Yeah,
Get rid of it.
I'm recusing myself.
Get rid of it.
we can recycle it and put it as the door to the new storage closet.
There we go.
Okay.
Good thinking.
So anyway, that's
Okay.
sort of the idea that it prolongs the lifespan of the town office as a functioning space for our needs a little bit longer.
So do you think that 50 then is adequate for a reserve or?
I think that seems reasonable because we, again, we're going to have a balance, something between 100 and 150. So another 50 gives us most of 200. That seems like that, we don't want to cut it more, but I don't think it needs to be the full 75.
How do you get the 200? I'm seeing.
Well, because
Yeah.
we got
70
73,
carryover.
73, then we're adding the 75 from the current fiscal year.
Oh. okay.
We're going to
We
use
don't-
some of that,
Yeah.
but most of it we're getting back from ARPA.
Right.
And then we're adding another 50.
Yeah, this year. Okay. Yep.
I'd say, I don't know. From the builder's perspective, I just always like to see a higher number than 50 in there for
Yeah, but price tag on that building now just makes me want to literally.
well, that's why this
Makes
is,
me want to vomit.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is
like,
a-
it's just not.
this is
Yeah.
a municipal building reserve. And this is why I'm saying, as a reserve account, I hold to the fact that we should be putting 75 away for municipal buildings. Whatever we decide to do.
In this line item here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I support your unsaid statement. However, if we have 200 and we end up spending how much to make these modifications and remove the heating system, put in a new heating system, and then get a couple more mini splits and
No, we're only, the heating system's costing us nothing, so.
Well, it's being,
Yeah, some of it's ARPA, and then
Most
some
of
of it's, and then it's not that much. It's like 30 for the whole thing.
Okay, just as long as we're not talking about spending $200,000 on that. building.
No, no,
No.
no.
Oh my God.
Well, it's all municipal.
The only
building,
thing
but
then
yeah.
would be that we'd be, so it would be 5 that we'd be paying for with the heating installation, then we would need to pay additionally just for the drywall and framing work for that closet coming out of reserve. So it's not.
That's fine. That's
This-
great.
This buys us the time.
It gets
that-
us through the crunch. Minimal amount of money we can spend to get some closet space and better heating system. Fine.
But again, this is for this building and the municipal building.
Yes,
This is not
Yes.
building.
yes, it
singular.
is. It's both.
So, I mean, this building needs some love too.
Yeah, all our buildings need some love. And I will say there are a couple elephants in the room when it comes to talking about buildings. And I brought up this last year and I'll bring it up again because I like to be a broken record as well. But the historic building that's attached to town office is not being maintained. It is not being taken care of. And it needs, I mean, every year that goes by, we're turning a blind eye to the fact that we're just letting that building. We're not doing right by that building.
Well,
And
you gotta
Well, my-
temper that by saying that it wasn't done right by long before any of us were sitting here.
totally. But I'm just saying, one way or another, things go in two directions, and it's up and down, and they don't go sideways if they're in the condition that they are. So it's just I'm not suggesting we dump a bunch of money into it right now. We budget a bunch of money, but very soon, without a plan, we will be looking at that. It's very expensive price tag to fix what we have there. So
Are you guys advocating for any change then with all of that in mind in the municipal building reserve allocation or?
Keep the 50.
I think 50. I think 75, but I'm fine with 50 if everyone's, I mean, I'm up to whatever. I'm just the builder. The architect's the one that always says you can do it for 50 and the builder says you gotta do it for 75. But I'm just saying, take the side however you want.
Here's what I would say, Joel. I'd say let's keep it at 50 here. And I think we should have, when we're done talking about this, we should have a conversation about
I don't wanna-
another warrant article about using or redistributing parts of the undesignated fund balance. That would be a good way, because this here, we're talking about like raising funds through taxes.
Okay.
Versus, I think
Okay.
it's absolutely appropriate to add another 25 to
All
this
right.
reserve account
Yeah.
through undesignated fund.
I'll
balance.
take that.
Right.
That's fine.
So just as a general thing on some of these, like the Harriet Bird Clubhouse has a $15,000 reserve. Is that just because the building might need?
1,500.
No, 15,000.
Oh, yeah, that's where it is
Yeah.
now. That's in the bank.
We've been adding
Right.
Yeah.
1,500 to it every,
Right. So
every
that's
year.
because the building might need work.
I think the idea is that they sort of plan for being able to do, there's some projects and things they want to do. So it's sort of like putting 1,500 away. It's a reserve account.
Are we
Putting
getting our money's worth out of that building?
1,500
Are we
away.
renting it enough and getting enough revenue? from
we
it?
have not been renting it the
Because of
past
the
2
pandemic,
years
right.
because of the pandemic, but we
Right.
are opening it in June.
But I'm just talking before that in general.
It
I know,
was
I know
being
nothing
used.
about it.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
It's
used
used?
and it's
Okay.
rented. There's
Okay.
been several weddings and things there,
Okay.
or there were.
Maybe we should chop it up into 2 apartments. Make it affordable.
Yeah, right.
Affordable housing.
That $1,500 has been in the budget for the last 10 years because Edna asked us to put it there.
Yep, lots of things used to happen.
Okay.
Before the pandemic.
So Veterans Park, what are we, I'm just curious. I'm just,
Yeah,
the
same.
historic thought process.
That
on
has been there
on
since
these.
the Veterans Park Committee came to us and asked for it.
To do what? I mean, I was just there on Sunday for a few hours. I'm there like 4 or 5 times a year working, but it's all volunteers. So are we talking about if? I don't
There
even know
used to
what-
be a committee.
Yeah.
And in the spring, the committee would go and turn the beds, and go buy plantings and clean it up and there was, and now the committee is pretty much defunct. I actually spoke to Deb Orr, who you do see often weeding on the side of the road in the beds and whatnot. She just takes that on as her own.
Right, but there's a group of about 6 of us that are there probably 5 times a year.
But you don't actually have meetings, you just show up. and-
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Betsy sends out an email
And
and
that's exactly how it is handled. But that
Yep.
group of people used to meet. It was back when Loretta was still alive. She had requested that amount, and we gave it.
so my question would be, do we even need to put any money in it this year? If there's nothing in the plans to spend there. Just the plants that are there, we're pulling them out because they've spread so much. The mulches, Louis Does nicely donates mulch. We get some bulbs for a few annuals every year, and I think those are donated as well.
Was there a plan to maybe, was there something with the path or
It got paid.
accessibility?
It-
It did get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
When you did the sidewalk there, they paved it.
I don't think this came out of, that came out
No,
of this
that
line
didn't
item.
come out.
No, it didn't. It
No,
came
it
out.
came
So
of-
I don't know,
It was
maybe.
leftover
Right.
I don't know.
sidewalk.
It's a
I mean,
good que-
just-
it's a good
You
Just
question.
ask
sound like the chair of the Veterans Park.
No, that's-
Committee.
No, that's
I would say
Betsy.
this is in your wheelhouse here.
That's Betsy.
Uh,
She's the queen of gardening. But, just, if there's no thought process to ever have to do anything there at this point.
What's the deal with reserve accounts? You can only use them for the designated, right? Ever? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Ellen McFarland came to us.
Yep.
A couple of years ago and asked for some money to replace the benches, and I think
Yes.
that happened either through a donation, I don't remember. But she did talk to us about it.
Yeah, I think it was a donation.
There was talk about the fence, which I don't know if that's just behind,
Oh,
that separates.
is
the
that,
park-
is that our fence or, I thought, I don't know.
So
Okay.
the other
So we
question,
might
the
keep
other,
some money in there.
the other
definitely.
question is that, yeah, okay. I mean, are we kind of past the point of salting $1,500 away at a time? $1,200 away at a time, a year to,
The Veterans Park.
Right, I'm just questioning, I mean, there
it-
might be
no-
a need in the future to purchase the tree dyes. We want to plant a couple trees or something. Right,
Without eliminating
absolutely.
it, can we reduce it?
Just, why don't we eliminate it until we know we've got some plans for something? If the fence has to be replaced, it's not gonna be $4,000, the split rail fence.
Yeah.
Could be.
No, not a split rail fence like that.
What if
Bought
we
lumber
reduced
recently?
it?
No, yes, actually, I have. It's ridiculous.
What if we reduced it back to fiscal year 17, 18, 19 figures and just put 250?
That's what I'm wondering.
just to
I
keep it
I mean,
going.
it's, if it's a reserve account, I mean, the idea is it's a reserve account, it's a reserve account, the money's there for Veterans Park, and we're not talking about getting rid of Veterans Park, so maybe just keeping it at $1,250. It's
Right.
fine, because the costs are gonna go up, there's gonna be some costs, we think.
I don't know.
Or
Do we have a regular
Oh.
budget line item
Oh.
for Veterans Park?
I'm sorry.
What?
Back when we were talking about the budget for FY20 and we went from 250 to 1250.
Yeah.
That was to establish some funds to eventually pay it.
That's what I thought it
Oh,
was.
Ah.
Pays it off then.
So it could easily go back to 250. The 250 was there for bulbs and plantings and mulch and
Right.
all the annuals.
Yep.
So
That's what I thought. it
that's what
was.
happened. I'm sorry.
We
I was
just
slow
did
on the
it.
uptick there.
And we do have a Veterans Park maintenance budget line for $1,000 in the admin section.
Is that what covers like the Christmas tree and?
Yeah.
Oh, we paid that Christmas tree?
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either.
I called everyone and was like, we had a Christmas tree. Where did we get the Christmas tree? Who bought the Christmas tree? And no one knew.
Oh, you mean just the little one in front of the,
Yeah.
Tan
And then-
Scott.
and then I'm like, wait, we bought a Christmas tree. We don't have any decorations. So we looked a little bare last year. We're gonna do it this year.
but
We're
the,
gonna
I'm
have a
talking about the
Christmas
big one
No,
in
the
in
big
Veterans
one.
Park.
Oh, and
They-
Veterans Park.
They do
No.
that.
They, right, we don't.
We did pay to take the lights down.
So as far as the annual budget, right, we don't
But-
really even,
We never paid, right?
We never
We
went.
we never paid for that.
No, we
They
did.
are
We
paid.
did.
But it
No,
didn't
it
come
is
out of this
paid.
line item.
That's why, that's
It was
why I
on the
was,
road.
that's
Yeah.
why.
I'm
I
sorry.
was-
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I.
The paths are paved.
Yeah.
That could go back down to 250.
So
Makes sense.
250. So it's 250.
Save $1,000.
Excellent.
There you
All right. Saving $1,000 where we can.
Okay.
All right.
And then,
That brings us down to the fire truck reserve. So the intent with this line, I'll back up. The estimated cost, and we don't know this for certain or what it will be in 5 years, but the estimated cost for replacing a fire truck comparable to the one that we have bought in 1976 is about 550,000. So my hope was, let's establish a fire truck reserve. We'll have this for the next 5 years. It'll accumulate 250,000 by then. At that time, our fire truck debt service account will expire. So we'll get back 27,000 a year in that debt service. We'll have 250 to pay with our reserve account, and then we'll bond for the rest.
no, we should be able to get at least $50 for that 1974 truck too.
That's true. That's true. Yep, we could sell the truck and have the sale of that. We'd have to talk to the fire company
Oh, yeah.
about that though, and what they want to do with it. but-
We don't have room for two of them.
Yeah, that's true. Sheepskin,
It's a great plan.
so,
It is.
I'm really glad to see the reestablishment of that line. We had
Yeah.
it for years and years and years and went away. I'm glad to see it back. I did have a quick question. You jumped right over 7, revaluation reserve.
yes,
You budgeted 20 this year, but I see that we're in FY 23. It should only be 15.
you're right. You're right, Ben. All right, I'll reduce that to 15.
And that is for just,
This is a contract that we have with Jim Murphy for through Murphy Appraisal for the revaluation, ending in 2023. So we are set to have another reval in 2024. So
this is outside of his budget line item.
Correct.
correct. Just for the reval and updating all of those records. There's a lot that goes into that.
So is that why we already have 45,000 in that line, in that account? Right?
I think we'll have expended that, Karen.
Yeah.
We would have paid all of it out.
We don't have our audit, so it's a little
Yeah,
tricky.
I'm sorry.
Doing
Okay,
this stuff is a little tricky.
Okay.
The reserve account, right.
This makes more sense when you have,
Well,
This was established to create enough money to do the reval.
okay.
And then like,
We-
the second year into doing that, he's like, I'm just gonna do it. And he
Okay.
did it. And he's like, it'll take me 3 years, so I'll have it to you by the time you finish raising the money for it. And then he did it all in 1 year.
Yeah.
He's just too good at his job.
right.
So.
I don't
that's why
know.
it
I
looks
think we
weird.
should, I think we should go back to doing it ourselves on the board. I think
No.
that- Those were the good old days.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
no.
I really want to be
Um,
setting my neighbor's taxes.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
do you, she can't get the auditor.
So I
to
got-
call
They
her
still
back. Do you
think
know
I
them?
set their tax.
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
They
I
won't
got
call her
a,
back.
I'm
I
not
got a
surprised.
subject for reserves I want to bring up.
Okay.
Are we not a customer?
Well, they have a lot of customers.
Yeah.
They are crazy backed up. Yeah. And trust me, the service we get from them, even though we're not getting any right now, is better than what we got.
They do a fantastic job.
They really do.
Audit,
They really-
yes.
They really do.
Yeah.
And they're great to work with when they come in for those 3 days. They know how to use Trio. They know where everything is. I mean, they really are awesome, but there's one number you can call and one email you have. So I don't have
Gotcha.
Brewer's cell phone numbers where I can just say, hey, what's up with the audit?
Yeah.
I have to call and then I'm in a queue.
They don't have the, I'll call you back.
Yeah.
Let me call you back.
They said, we'll call you back in the order of where we have received calls. I called
A month ago.
A month ago.
Yeah.
and I called again a couple weeks ago.
That's
too.
not a bad idea. I got to start putting that on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in queue, Karen. Don't worry.
People know where you are, though. You're too visible.
Yes.
I need to
Yeah,
move
the
into
problem
the
is I'm
woods.
seeing you tonight and I'm like,
Yeah,
today's the 2nd of May,
Yeah.
Tor.
Oh, did we turn the calendar again?
We turned the calendar.
It-
What happened to by the
It'll
1st
be
of
great to
May?
see the audit.
Yes.
Oh, you
But
never
at the
say
same
that.
time, we already know that we're not going to be looking at that audit going, oh, how bad is it? How bad is it? How bad is it? We're going to be looking at it going,
It's good.
we're in good shape.
So last but not least, the favorite section, revenues.
No, wait, I want to go on.
Oh,
and talk
no.
about
I have
reserves
one
here.
too.
Oh,
so-
no. All right.
Yeah,
reserves.
we're not done yet.
Sorry.
Good try, Sarah. Good
Yeah,
try.
nice try.
Noble effort.
I tried.
So I want to talk about something I think is missing in here is an engineering reserve. You know, everything that we address in reserves and in our budget is for money that we're going to spend in repairs or building. But we don't have a lot of money set aside for planning and engineering. I mean, we talked about the planner tonight. So I'm proposing that we consider an engineering reserve and it may be specific to infrastructure engineering. And I'm thinking specifically, we've been talking about, you know, what's happening in our downtown D6, Main Street, Mills Road, River Road, Academy Hill, that whole intersection there. And there's some funding coming down the pipeline for infrastructure. I don't know if we apply for it or not, but I think we better set up if there is something available in the planning phase, doing the planning phases sooner than later, and setting money aside to go out RFP, solicit some bids from engineers for that kind of service, which would include things like we talked about with Seth last week, which was, you know, the Mills Road. What do we do about sidewalks? Mills Road, but you know, some bigger planning ideas. We are at a loss for parking in our downtown districts. If we want to have any kind of commerce district, we have to address parking. Maybe there's on-street parking we could add, but we can't just do it. So we have to engineer that plan. And I think that's where dovetailing with planning, comprehensive implementation committee, and all sort of the big ideas of what's happening downtown might be something to consider. You know, I talked to Seth a little bit about this. You know, first I said, well, what if we did, what if we looked at engineering, I don't know if you call it a study or some conceptual planning between, let's say, the River Road sort of offshoot right by the sign to Stewart Street, Academy Hill, intersection to the bridge. Oh, geez, that's, you know, we're talking about everything through and through. You're like, you know, $250,000. And I'm like, whoa. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of money, but you know, to get things moving, we need some conceptual stuff, some studies. You know, we've got some ideas about that intersection there that we looked at in our NLPC process. So I think, you know, I think we should have something in there for engineering, and it doesn't have to necessarily go to that, but engineering in general as an infrastructure, infrastructure engineering reserve. Thinking, you know, somewhere around 75 to 100,000. I think that's too much.
Is that engineering before you have a project? And if you had a project, is engineering normally built into a project? So, what, I guess, where on the spectrum of things you see this really upfront, right? Before somebody has a project in mind.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a chicken and the egg thing. You know, I think if we can be proactive, I think, and I think Seth would agree with this, if we can have some planning, your chances of getting you know, getting a partnership between the community and the DOT is greater. Going to the DOT and say, look, we've had an engineer look at this. This is what the engineer thinks, a reputable firm. they rise to the top of their list. Because it's easy lifting for them. It's not something they have to do on top of everything else in the queue. So just puts us better foot for anything that might be available for grants or something coming down.
Because there's like, Maine DOT has downtown programs, then presumably there's going to be federal infrastructure money. So I think the idea would be to get ourselves positioned that, no, we're not going to have a full plan in place, but some of the pre-planning to be able to say credibly, here's what we'd like to do with the project.
And would you anticipate building the reserve for a couple of years, then having to use it? A project in mind right off the get-go to pull that right out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the downtown, we've highlighted this as an issue right from the get-go, or not from the get-go, but several years ago, let's say. And, I think
The previous comp.
the previous comp plan. So I think we should look at that. I mean, I think we should, that would be the first place to look. Figure out what we want to do there.
And I would argue, I think we haven't had the discussion about fund balance. And I think that's the kind of thing that I think, we have a fund balance policy that we're supposed to, I don't remember, do you remember what the number is?
12%.
That we're not supposed to exceed 12% of our budget in fund balance. And we're more than twice that.
Hmm.
So we either need to change our policy or recognize that we've got more money sitting than we should. And I think that this kind of investment in the future of the town is an ideal way to use some of that fund balance. So I think it allows us to, I think in general, I think we should think about that fund balance of those things that we don't have the money, we don't really want to put them in our annual budget, and they're not annual budget things. They're exceptional things.
It's all annual budget, the fund balance is used to reduce what our budget is here.
I think
So it's-
Rob's suggesting that we
But-
create a separate warrant article. So we don't show it, we create it as a reserve account. And then as a separate warrant article, we ask for specific permission, which is traditionally how we've done that. The establishment of new reserve accounts, we've done that through a separate warrant article.
Really?
That's how we did it when we asked for money for the NLPC. Well, that was the planning process to create the new
Newcastle
comp plan.
Local
Planning
Planning
Committee.
Committee.
So your advice would be to do that for the fire truck reserve as well.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, I think anytime you're talking about using town funds, you have to ask permission. So just putting it on here, unless, if you want to raise it through taxes, put it here. It'll come out of taxes.
Okay, I see.
If you want to,
Yeah, but we reduce the budget by using undesignated fund balance.
and we ask for permission to do that.
Use of fund balance, we have a line on it.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
guess you're right, yeah.
that has been zero.
That's-
School fund balance, I'm sorry,
that's
school
not
fund
true.
balance.
That's not true.
Revenue,
Yeah.
where's,
We use-
there was school
We use
fund
some
balance.
offset.
yeah.
That was
It has
use of
been.
fund.
So we're
fund
not
balance.
we're not there yet, but it is,
220,
it's a discussion when we
Yeah.
get to the
Right, we
revenue
did 220
section.
for roads.
Yes.
But
Right.
yes, we can establish a reserve account and then when we get to the revenue section, offset that increase by
That's the way
taking more out of.
I guess
fund
that's the way I
balance.
look at it, is that we're just looking at our budget. And I mean, we're looking at our budget knowing that we have some fund balance that we have to deal with in this.
I think while dollars are dollars and money's fungible, I like to compartmentalize it, that we're not just saying, oh, our mill rate's too big, I'm just gonna take fund balance and cut it. It's that, like, last year we put $220,000 out of fund balance. We did that intentionally knowing our roads program was a big number. And so I again, in a way that it's money, but I like to try to think about it in that department.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I think it's so that thing that we have to kind of look at here is that if we just go to the first page, can I just jump to the, is that okay, Sarah?
Well,
I don't want
can we
to.
finish reserves, the discussion?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I guess it was before we finish reserves. So if you just look at if you look at our municipal budget summary on the first line, then the biggest increase that we have in this entire budget is reserves right now, percentage wise. So I just, if this is a path we're going down, I think, again, explaining why, whether it's as a warrant article, if we have to do a warrant article to set a reserve, then that's fine. But I think that we do have to have a discussion as to why we're putting money aside in these things. And it is because we have a fund balance that's exceeding what it should be. That being said,
I think those are kind of, they're separate things. I mean, because like even previous years where we didn't take anything out of fund balance, our roads program is putting money in a roads reserve and we're drawing off.
But I'm sorry, I want to clarify something real quick. Until last year, when John put that line in, that line didn't exist in the budget.
right.
Okay,
Alignment 33 didn't exist. before last
is
year.
it? I don't know the number. It's
Well,
$220,000.
Use of
Use
fund
of revenue
balance.
line 33, yeah.
That line didn't exist prior to last year. All right. And the way that we used fund balance was we asked directly through a separate warrant article.
Yeah.
It was done that way because it was the only way that we could realistically easily show through a budget that we had to pass through referendum. And you get one number.
Right.
I think it's,
Okay.
I think for clarity's sake, and this is just, I will say, this is my personal opinion, but knowing that the law is the way that it is, we being you all have no direct financial authority over money the town has either taxed or will tax. And asking for permission is always in the best interest of the town. Directly, not through changing budget line items, which most people won't dig into and understand. So the establishment of a reserve account for a specific amount, whether it comes from taxes or fund balance, rises to the level of importance in my mind that it should be a separate warrant article. Henceforward, it exists. When we established the Harriet Bird Clubhouse, the Veterans Park, the highway equipment reserve accounts, we asked for that.
So that's how all those got there.
That's how all those got there.
Well, I mean, and it's still a separate issue that from choosing to expend fund balance.
Asking to.
Right,
expend fund
right. Asking to do that
Yeah.
is, I mean, I guess that creating, I guess if you're creating it by doing that, then it's.
Yeah. Well, no, you create, the warrant article would read, shall the town create a reserve account called this?
Right.
And fund it this way.
Okay, yeah.
That's the cleanest, simplest way to do it. And then henceforward, if you choose to put more money from fund balance, it would say, shall the town take X number of dollars from the undesignated fund and put it in this reserve account that's already established.
So you would say, you would advocate for taking this line item out of the budget and no longer, and anytime we.
Yeah, I don't like that it's there. I
Right, so
didn't,
anytime we use fund balance, it's separate from the revenue budget.
I don't.
I
Agree.
like having it there. It's
Yeah.
there in case we need it to offset. And, you know, well, I really don't want to get into it because this is a revenue conversation, the undesignated fund balance, but I do want to talk about it in the context of an engineering reserve. So my only hesitation with that is it's an unknown expense. We don't have a plan for how to use it. Same as the other line I was advocating. In my mind, there are two projects I can think of off the top of my head that we could really use engineering services for. We could use a traffic engineering study at the intersection near town hall and off of Kings Highway. The unconventional kind of Y entrance and exit would be the other place I would say I think would be smart to engineer before we do any construction on that road. And it's a historic road anyway, more so than any of the other roads in Newcastle, and we should be really sensitive to that when we begin construction, and we should probably have an engineer
When you're
study
coming from Kings Highway back to the main road,
to Sheepshead.
Yeah.
Yep, the Y entrance and exit.
I guess I can't even, I haven't driven down Kings Highway lately.
It's kind of dangerous. It's,
What's that?
it's
The Kings Highway.
The Kings
the
Highway.
Kings Highway,
Which actually doesn't go anywhere anymore anyway.
right?
Okay, so coming back onto the main road, the Sheepshead Road, it was.
Yeah. And it's dangerous. It's hard to see. There's a really pretty tree in the middle of the Y.
So I think that's great. I mean, I think if we want to be explicit about where the money's going, I mean, why not? I mean, I'm not, yeah, I mean, that'd be great. I think the intersection, you're talking about the intersection. It's the one that I showed you. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So I mean, I think we can be specific about, you know, designation of those funds for those two. I think it's great. I mean, sure.
There were
I
almost,
suppose.
in 60 seconds when we were working in Veterans Park on Sunday.
Yeah.
In 60 seconds, there were almost 2 accidents at that intersection. People laid on their horns and trimmed on their brakes.
But according to DOT, it's not high priority because.
Right, because there were no accidents as a result of it.
Right.
But it's only because people weren't going fast or because people like us who live here know, you'd be really careful because people know what they're doing there.
Yeah.
Right.
Tor, did you have a figure in mind? I don't think.
Well, I said 75 to 100 for that. For that line.
I worry about categories being too broad in creating a reserve account. So if we're creating a reserve account for
Road engineering.
road engineering, it just seems, but then it just seems a little funny. Whereas if we're gonna have a study done, we should just budget a study done.
Well, I mean, yes and no.
But-
What Tor was alluding to is the fact that, you know, the DOT has programs and they've signaled that there's a lot of money coming down the pike over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And they're really trying to work with towns. And so I would reemphasize the fact that taking money from somewhere, either through raising it through taxes or money that we actually have sitting in a bank doing no good for anybody, is a good use, even though we don't know how much of it we may spend or what exactly it's going to be spent on. This is budget season. This is actually how we do it.
Yeah, I just wonder.
I
if
had
we-
no
I wonder
idea,
if we-
just as an example,
put
I
it
had
in a
no idea
line.
how much it was going to cost when we started talking about planning services for the comp plan and the core zoning code. I had to go to town 3 times to ask for money. We had no idea.
Yeah.
We literally had no clue how much it was going to cost. And I don't want to say we make it up as we go, but this is kind of how you do it. You propose some money and then you figure out how you're going to make it work for these types of projects. For copy paper, it's different. Now, the other part of that is that we like to say, we're going to work on it and make a plan. We say that every year. And we
Well,
never
no,
do.
I'm just saying, does it go in a different, do we put money aside in a different category for engineering? If we're talking about engineering, even if we don't have figures on it, rather than throwing it in a reserve account, do we just put it under,
Put it in public works.
put it in public?
Well, the
works?
beauty of a reserve account is that if we take an entire year to get our act together, we don't lose it. And that's the only way we can roll funds.
And I think like a fire truck reserve, we don't know what that fire truck's going to cost. But we know it's a priority that we need to get ahead of. I think, you know, I think this is a great thing to do, and I think a reserve account does make sense. Hopefully, we
So-
can get going sooner than later, but if we don't,
So again,
built.
my issue is not with any of the studies or any of the, I worry that we're getting a little too crazy with with creating community reserve accounts that are specific reserve accounts for that. We're just kind of salting money away. I don't know.
I don't see it as salting. I mean, I think there's, you know, for all the reasons we talked about, that, you know, the idea of a greater Newcastle Square study, I think is something that's been talked about for a long time. We're hearing that there's opportunities coming. You know, it's always been, you know, it's the kind of thing that, well, how would we ever get at that? There seemed like there could be opportunities coming. It ties into our discussion about planning, trying to actually get ahead of things.
No,
I think we can, you know, define a scope that's clear and understandable, and is an unusual opportunity that we want to get ourselves set up for.
I mean, this isn't something that's
So would it,
coming out of left field either. I think September 2013, I remember coming to a meeting here to discuss, you know, why the cost and tax rate keeps going up in Newcastle. What are we going to do about it? Led to the formation of a steering committee, led to the formation of the LPC, led to the formation of a comp plan that was adopted, led to the result of a new code. Everything supports a plan. And it's great. We have a bunch of paper on the shelf, but we're not doing anything about it. The
no,
only
I
way we're
agree.
going to do anything about it is to put money towards it. And this is one way to address it, is to get somebody out there, do a plan, figure out what the issue is, because we know there's an issue. Every time I go through there, I'm confused as hell. And I go through there 4 times a day. And it's like,
We're all good.
how come we can't figure this out, you know? So it's like, well, you know, what are we gonna do here, you know?
But yeah, and I'm just, like I said, my only question is the mechanism to do it. And if it's putting 100 grand in our roads budget, I'm just wondering if that's the better place to put it.
I think it's different than our roads budget, because it is, I mean, you could do it that way, but I guess I think it's distinct from our roads.
So then I would just say that we should define it as, rather than, unless it's just gonna be an engineering. I mean, there's certain engineering that we're gonna do. So if we're doing a project on the Kings Highway, we should probably get some engineering, budget for some engineering on that project. And I think that doesn't fall into that.
That's different. I agree. That's part of it.
So what if we call the reserve account Newcastle Square intersection engineering, and it's only for that? If we work on the Kings Highway, I asked Seth to include an engineering estimate in
I think that's
his,
a great
his
distinction.
normal.
But again, here's the trick with reserve accounts, that if reserve accounts are great, if the money doesn't go away, but then the money can only be used for that specific purpose.
Yeah.
So
And what
that's
if
why,
there's another
that's why
project?
by keeping and if, it's just like we had that reserve account for the sidewalk in,
The Veterans Park.
in Veterans Park. And then we ended up just doing it as part of one of our road projects. And we never took that money, we just rolled it into another project and did it.
Mhm.
And so that money is, so now we got 4 grand sitting in the Veterans Park, thing, which yeah, well, it's eventually gonna get used. However, it got kind of forgotten about. And so that's all I'm saying. If there's that fine line between being, I just want to be transparent with it.
Yeah.
In that what the intention of the money is for. But then also leaving ourselves, like, I don't want to, I hate putting stuff in a shoebox that can only be used for that one purpose. If we don't need to, if it's better to keep it fluid and in the general fund, and that's the argument for it. If we don't get the engineering done, it just rolls back into the general fund.
I guess that's my only
But-
concern about being too restrictive, is that
Yeah,
the engineer, if we go to 3 engineering firms, say give us a budget for doing the intersection that we talked about, and it comes back as $45,000,
right,
and there's still an extra
right,
$30,000 in that reserve account.
right.
Do we say, now what do we do? Or if it's a little bit more broad,
Yeah,
then you could say, well, we actually still wanted to look at, Mills Road. Could we extend this to Stewart Street?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think that the study area, you can define, yeah, fine. I mean, you could call it, planning and engineering for this part of town.
Yeah.
And if the pre-engineering doesn't use up the budget and we end up going forward, we're going to be spending more than the remainder of
Or-
that.
or I guess the other way to look at it is that if, I mean, I think there can be engineering that we know needs to be done, and there can be engineering that we don't know needs to be done. So it could be,
I would advocate for, and I know everyone wants to do these things now, but why don't we go out to bid and see what the estimated cost for an engineering study is for this and budget for it next year, or have it in special.
Because then
Have a
again,
special
we're
town meeting.
14, we're a year plus 3 months to get to July 1st. So
Yeah.
we're 15 months away from being able to spend that.
We're looking to do a lot in the next year, really. I mean, I think maybe moving forward, we need to have a meeting every year in August where we set priorities for the year, because it can't keep happening that we have a million ideas and it has to happen now,
Mhm.
because we just simply don't have the staff time. We have to figure out really quickly how to come up with these plans and resources for the plans. And it would be better to say in that meeting, here are the priorities for this year. If somebody comes up with a new, really time consuming project in that year, I'm sorry, but it has to wait.
So I don't want you to think that I was laughing at you. I'm certainly not laughing at you. But we used to do that.
Damascotta does it. as
And
well.
when I first got on the board, we had I still have them, is a list of goals for the year, and we work on the goals and setting goals. We've had meetings about setting goals, check-in meetings to see if we met our goals, and we assign tasks based on those lists of goals for projects throughout the year or whatever. And it went away because we had no money, which is ironic.
And now we have money, but we don't.
Now we have
goals.
we have money and we have no time. And what's happened in the time since we sat around talking about goals that we could never afford, and now is that the needs of government have grown more than double in this town. You look at the total budget commitment from the first year I came on the board and the total budget commitment that we're talking about, it's almost 3 times. So that doesn't say to me that, oh, our eyes are bigger than our stomach or whatever. It says the needs are there, and we're playing serious catch up. And the problem that we have, which is a good one, is that we were so conservative budgeting for years because we had no money, that now we find ourselves in the position of being able to afford to do things that we always talked about doing them and really needing to be doing them. So I get that it feels like we're hitting everything all at once, but that is the reality. And the other reality is that we just simply cannot wait a whole year to talk about any one of these things. I haven't even mentioned housing yet. And I know it feels like a lot. It does. But we can't wait a whole year.
And I think these things tie together. I mean, yes, the planner thing absolutely has staff time in figuring it out and implementing, getting planning services, whether it's a plan or whatever. But then bringing that functionality on allows time to get at things like this, another planning effort, another, the engineering and planning effort gets at trying to do, the housing effort. So I think that, yes, we're adding things, but we want to add capability as well.
Then if it rolls over, it rolls over. If we don't get to it, it rolls over into the next fiscal year. We just use it then. If we're biting off too much, but at least we have the opportunity. If it's like the broadband discussion, and the grants that come out. It's like, okay, there's a grant coming out in 4 weeks. Where are we gonna get that money from? You know, this is.
Hopefully the reserve account that will create.
Okay. So my case in point, but I'm just saying, you know, if money's not there.
If the money's not there, if we haven't talked about even without a plan, putting some money somewhere
Yeah.
on the off chance that we might do something, yeah, that's a hard ask for the citizens of Newcastle. But we are in the enviable position of saying, hey, folks,
Yeah.
we actually are sitting pretty.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a long eagle eye to look at some of our neighboring towns and see that we're in a good position and our needs are there. And so we're not talking about breaking the bank. We're not talking about raising taxes. As a matter of fact, this budget is, despite everything we're talking about, 3.38%.
Well,
We just added a few things, but.
That's why I'm
So
trying
am I
to
going
put
to
it,
four?
that's why I'm trying to put it into roads so that I can make the other towns feel better about
You wanna
how
know-
much they've gone up. So I don't want to be the lowest.
I mean, we managed
town
to,
to
you
go
gotta,
up,
you gotta,
'cause
you gotta put a little bit of historical perspective on this. We kept the mill rate in Newcastle the same for what, 7 years straight?
Yeah.
With 7%, 9%, 11% increases. And we're talking about less than 4, maybe 4%.
Yeah.
We're not going hog wild here. We're really not.
No, and
An engineering study is going to take a lot of time. There's a good chance it wouldn't get done in a year anyway. I just don't see the problem with getting a quote. The difference between the broadband committee ask that you're going to bring forward, David, and something like an engineering reserve or a housing reserve is both of those reserves don't have clear enough goals and they don't have quotes. The broadband committee has a quote. They've had a goal.
But I see this as a big ticket item and that it's easier to build up a fund and then pay for a huge engineering study instead of being whacked with it all of a sudden in 1 year that you can't predict. And, you know, there may be some small ones if you keep it broad enough that you can tick off. But I mean, I'm sure that one of these highways is going to be a huge, big ticket item. You want to be prepared for it. And if it takes a year, even better, because then it's going to roll over. We'll add to it the following year, and then we can afford it. And then have a intersection, hopefully that you don't have to redo again because it was well studied and well laid out.
It's just unfortunate, you know, because we're so reluctant to hold special town meetings. But in reality, our annual town meeting has become a special interest meeting just the same as our special town meetings have traditionally been. So, knowing that, we should shoot the moon. And there's no logical reason not to do everything that's reasonable, even if we don't know exactly what we're doing.
The point that a budget is a statement of intent as much as you know, there's the operating side, but then there's the intent of what our goals are. And to make sure that's in the budget, I think is important. And, so, yeah, I think we should, you know, I think we're all cognizant of the time of staff and we don't want to, I appreciate your concern with not overburdening yourself and the rest of the town staff. But I think, I really feel like we want to get started on these things. And by putting something in the budget, whether it's in reserve, wherever it is, reserve makes sense, but I think it's a statement of intent. And if DOT comes, you know, along in 6 months and says, you know, we've got this program, we're going to be in a better position for that than we would if we didn't do something. And hopefully we can get it figured out. We can get some studies in place so that we have that need when they come around with the opportunity.
Well, what if we put it, if everyone is in agreement that they want an engineering line, why don't we put it in roads capital projects instead of in a general reserve account?
But then it doesn't roll over if they don't use it. I'm afraid that, when the big number comes along, then there's not going to be money in the budget.
Roads
And
capital
priorities, we need to
projects,
look at this.
Yeah,
Roads capital project. goes over.
That's it, yeah. It's already a reserve. It's done.
right.
Yeah, it's right here.
It is, that's
line
why
four,
it's
I
a
think-
reserve account.
I
and
think
it-
the
it
idea
falls
with
in that
keeping it
category.
separate.
line
I like the idea of putting it in there, but the one thing I don't like is that it just adds. It adds to what we can
But wouldn't this,
spend on just roads if we're gonna, I don't know.
I
I
think
guess
it-
we get an accounting of everything as far as roads, we're always looking for money, and I'm just afraid we take the money.
I think of this as distinct
But-
from our roads program. I mean, I think what we're talking about is more a pre-engineering study. We're not asking an engineer to design the roadbed of what would end up in place of Newcastle Square.
No.
It's much more of an engineering planning effort. So I think I think of it as distinct from the roads program. And where exactly we put it, I'm open to that, but I think it is different than our annual roads program. I mean, that's a capital program. This is another capital, I think of it as a different animal.
Where would you suggest?
I don't know.
Infrastructure investment.
Is what you call it?
Be used for a variety of things, but
Could you do engineering studies, say, on the town landing too? And that's,
I think that's too
coast-
broad.
Yeah.
infrastructure
Yeah, that's too.
from a
broad. It's
municipal
too broad.
perspective, what do we have for infrastructure?
We already have a public works budget. We have a roads capital projects budget. We're gonna have an infrastructure reserve. Why can't we just call it engineering study?
Infrastructure planning.
I mean, we could put it in roads capital projects, but 2 years from now, are we gonna remember is the
It's
road commissioner gonna
engineering.
steal that money?
Yeah, it's gonna
well,
find
Yeah.
what about,
$100,000 in there.
what if we called it the District 6
Improvements.
improvement or, yeah.
or why limit it to the
Engineering.
downtown area?
Well,
Well,
that's
that's-
true, but I mean.
But
it-
that's the kind of, I mean, in looking at hearing about the DOT downtown programs, and I mean, that kind of is the, and that's always, been identified as a target, something that needs to be addressed. So I think
Comp plan initiatives? I mean, I like
yeah,
the idea that
yeah.
it's in a separate reserve account. I get that we don't want to make it too broad, but
It's a lot of money and it's too broad. I feel like I feel like we have to call it what it is in order to put it on the warrant for voters to.
We're talking about
Back
$100,000.
up.
I think it's got it for a specific. I mean, I don't mind talking about it with at a meeting or tapping someone to talk at the annual town meeting about what it is. However, as we said before, there's 60 people that show up to our town meeting. And so what we write and how we have it listed in the book is that's what people are gonna see. And that's what future boards are gonna try and figure out what the hell were they thinking? Going, like, what was this $100,000 that just came out of nowhere? Was there a project in line? Was there something? And I know when it's in the budget, it disappears. But I just want to make sure that we understand that, that we're just being very clear as to what we're doing with these reserves, with this money that we're putting aside, so that it doesn't, we don't want it to look like something that it's not. So if it's just engineering, we just say it's engineering. Okay, that's fine. But if we have we're talking about a specific thing, it should be at least, there should be some sort of description as to, this is what we're thinking, this is what we'd like to do with the money. It's in this account in case we, it can be broad so that we can use it for other things that come up. If we have
Don't we have descriptions underneath everything here?
Right, but it wouldn't be on the warrant.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
No, well, that's
This is
true,
our
yeah.
budget. And so, and
I'm just
and
saying for future reference, but
the question that people are gonna see when they see it is engineering reserve. Why the hell does Newcastle have an engineering reserve and no other town has an engineering? Fire truck reserve.
Because we're better planners.
It's, no, and I agree. I just,
Yeah, yeah.
like I said, if we go hog wild, because I just want to know how many other people, how many other reserve accounts we're talking about creating tonight. So we're gonna bring one up for broadband.
Right.
Okay.
Before midnight,
Yeah.
hopefully.
And so I mean, that's fine. It's just,
But
I
on
think
this one,
it's-
do we really need to go full to 100? Do we start it off as an initial fund at, say, 50 or something? And then, I mean, does that change the way you frame it
no,
at all?
no. I mean, I guess my point is that if we're gonna
define it, we need to define it.
If we're gonna define it, we're gonna define it. If we're putting money aside for something, I mean, we just, this is what makes our job tricky. And it's unfortunate and it sucks, but we have to remember what before we get too crazy and just creating all these reserve accounts, because we have these ideas for doing things and they're all valid ideas, they're all things that need to be done, is creating a bunch of reserve accounts. Really, all that does is it makes it so that we can spend the money when we need to spend the money. And that's the argument for having a reserve account. Well, actually, that's not really the argument for having a reserve account. The argument for having a reserve account is sometimes to build up. So in the fire truck case, it's to build up money over time so that it's there when we need it. I mean, let's just look at the reserve accounts. The reason that Capital Roads projects is a reserve account is so that the money can roll over between years if they need to be. If things don't get done one year, they can get done another year. It was a way to keep things fluid so that it, as things happen, that that's why that Veterans Park, again, for mulch and flower bulbs and a
That sounds like a silly one to have created.
I know, but it
Put
made sense at the
$250 in the
time.
Budget every year.
So municipal building reserve, again, this is what we're talking about. And this is why I was trying to define what that municipal building reserve is. Is that funding just the repairs that we see coming this year, or is this putting money aside like we should be for depreciation of these buildings? I mean, the fact that we're not doing the work, we're not spending the money. It's not a woo-hoo, we've got $200,000 in here. It's that we haven't done $200,000 worth of maintenance on these buildings that we should have done. And it's going to cost us, we have to start thinking about new stuff now. So it's not a pat on our backs for that.
so just read the room. I'm guessing we should talk about it.
So, well, but that's what I'm trying to, I mean, that's where that municipal building reserve makes sense, because it's whatever, if we just let our buildings rot out and go turn to soil, we've got
got a big
we
fund
got that
balance.
big
Or
fund to
a
build a
major-
new building,
yeah.
because we gotta do something, But-
There's a solid chance, though, that we fund this engineering study and the cost for redoing that intersection when working with DOT is still too expensive for us to tackle.
We won't know until we get there.
I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see this as being something that goes on in
Perpetuity.
How do you say that word?
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity. This seems to me more like this is something we need now, let's do it. And I mean, I think that there's always going to be need for engineering. There's always going to be need for looking at these studies. There's always going to be this.
Right.
But what we're really looking at is we're really looking at saying, hey, we want to do this thing.
We want to get ready to.
This
help
is
do a
what
project.
this is what we want to do. And so that's my only argument with. I just feel a little not sneaky about doing it this way, but it's just like a little too easy. I like doing things the hard way.
But you can define it as putting
punishing
money away
myself.
for a big project that may not be completed in a whole year too, so. I mean, I think.
It's just, that's not how we've traditionally used the reserves, when that's fine if that's what we're gonna do,
Well,
but
look, either.
I just,
At some.
I worry about how the accounting works with this, what our auditors are gonna say, what the, we gotta be careful to stay a little bit in our lane as to how we do this. So that's my only hesitation with I think the money's fine. I mean, I'd say, let's stick it somewhere. Let's stick it, but I just.
Public Works.
But if we put it in this year's budget, it may not be priority one and we may not get it done.
It's
And
probably not gonna happen. this year.
then it's kind of silly to put it in the budget this year. Then we should put together a plan and figure out what it's going
And
to
I think
cost and put
that's-
it in the budget
And I
next
think
year.
that's
then.
the whole
Right.
thing, is that the idea that the money's there doesn't necessarily get it done. I think the idea that knowing what I think it's gonna take a year just to get to go back and forth between our road commissioner and some potential firms who would do a traffic study and do all this stuff to do it.
We'd have
I
to
don't know.
Put out a request for proposals or.
Yeah.
Request for qualifications. We could.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's super busy. I mean,
Yeah.
It's obvious. Time they would.
I just don't know
Plan
what
this in queue
be-
too.
beyond
Sometime
this project, what would we use that reserve account for?
I think that, I think, as we've talked about, that it's better to have a more defined definition than a broad category. So it is about the idea of moving forward on that study. Again, because we think that there are going to be opportunities coming down the road, we will be ready. for it.
The other
And
thing,
that's what gives it urgency.
let's just go back to Capitol Roads real quick, because Seth did have a line in there for engineering.
But isn't that engineering that takes place during a known project? and you-
Well, it was
know
for,
the
it was
project?
for a specific project. It was for, I just wanted to see what he had in there.
In
Not-
capital, I
Not
don't-
for this year.
You didn't?
No.
He was gonna do it next year?
Maybe
Oh, were
down
you
below.
talking about the bridge?
The bridge,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he said for next year, he wasn't ready, but he wanted to give you all a heads up. He was
Street
going to
maintenance
propose
survey.
creating a reserve account for that bridge maintenance
Oh, he wanted to create a reserve account for that
next year.
next year. So there you
And a
go.
plan.
There's another engineering thing. I don't know. Maybe we do put something aside for engineering. I just.
It's $100,000 we're raising in taxes. Yes, we can offset it with undesignated fund balance.
Right.
We should, if we're raising that much money, it's my belief that we need a clear purpose for
Yeah.
that. And a project that's ready to absorb that funding.
But we don't, and I'm sorry.
I know
keep
you all
saying it.
disagree, but
It's
that's.
it's not
my
that,
stance.
it's not that I disagree, because I do agree. It's at the timing of it. We cannot even consider going to a special town meeting, ask for any amount of money. It just won't happen.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And that's because this is Newcastle. I mean, we have one shot a year, and this is it. This is the show.
Yeah.
If we don't do something, it's a year or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 out. So it sucks.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration. To
Really?
say, well, no. All I'm saying is that what we're actually talking about is a year out, not, you can't jump it to 10 if we have a plan, we're gonna do something, and we have a study, and
Okay,
we get,
let's just,
but my
when I went to
point
town, let me
is
just
that
finish real quick.
we already have in this budget, we're budgeting for a planner that we don't have a plan for. You know what I mean? Which I think is fine, because it's like, again, this is something that makes it so that we can have a planner. But we haven't done the research on it. We don't know what the wages are. We don't know, wherever. And so that's where I get uncomfortable. I get uncomfortable putting too much in a budget that we don't have a plan. And I think
Right.
there's a certain amount of that that's fine, but in all my years on the board, we've never had anything like we're talking about right now,
Then-
especially with 100 grand.
Then you guys should seriously consider delaying town meeting.
Well,
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
You know,
if
we're a
we-
municipal government. We're here in the long game. We're going to be here next year. There's no harm
Yeah.
in coming better prepared.
The only thing I'm saying is exactly a year ago, we were talking with John Duke about designated fund balance. And he said, what do you want to do? Or, you know, we had this discussion. I was like, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it this year. Let's designate some time to talk about this. And we never talked about it. And so what's going to happen is we're going to say, yeah, let's go out for RFQs, RFPs. Let's get serious about this and let's get out there and do it. And, you know, week goes by, 2 weeks. Well, now broadband's, you know, back on the table. Now we got the fire department. We got something going on there. Comp plan, this, that, and before you know it, a year's gone. We're back sitting at the same spot. Talking about, well, should we do it next year? What happened to the RFQ? Well, we never got there. So it's just, you know,
I know you have that history. I don't. I have not been here. I've been here for 9 months, and let's take stock of all the things that have changed since I've been here. We have a new clerk. We do not have a part-time deputy position. We have a new harbor master. We have a new fire chief. We
CEO.
have a new ordinance. We have a new CEO, a new ordinance that has not yet been approved. We have a new housing committee. There's been a lot.
Yeah, I don't think any of those comments were a reflection on you or your
Yeah.
job. I
No,
think that,
I'm
as
just
I was
saying
trying
it's
to
a
say
lot of
before,
change.
I get it. As I was saying before, government services in Newcastle, the need and the scope have grown a lot. And the number of things that come along, and it's not just last year, Tor. It was the year before that, and it was the year before that, and it was the year before that. That we keep saying these things and we don't do it. So
I just
in
wanna
this
do-
town, the way it works is we have to get serious about it. We got to talk about money. If we don't talk about money, we're not serious.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. So if we're not going to talk about it, if we're not going to put money towards something, and maybe we don't use it, then let's just end the conversation and move on, and we'll give it another year. But too many other things will arise between now and this time next year for us to have had breathing space to consider these things.
This is where a goal setting meeting comes in, because we meet in August, we say, these are our priorities. We need to have an RFQ. We want to focus on our broadband committee and having a proposal ready to move forward with that. We take stock then, and then issues that come up spontaneously, if we have to be reactive and respond to them, then we have to be reactive and respond to them. But if there are things that come up that weren't planned for, sorry, they're not a priority. They need to be planned for a year in advance so that we can really do it right.
Isn't that what engineering studies are for, is planning?
Right, but we don't have a budget.
I guess the
We don't know how much it
idea is
costs.
that, so to have an engine, I mean, and again, I think we're kind of going a little bit sideways here, because if we designate 100, this is the way I see it. We designate $100,000 in a reserve account right now for an engineering study. It's fine. It's great. I think it's, the money's there. If we're taking the money out of the undesignated fund balance and we're setting it aside for that, I think again, setting up reserve accounts for things that we know we're gonna need coming up makes sense. But we have to look at it in the reality of, just because you have $100,000 set aside for it, who's gonna facilitate getting the study done? You know what I mean? Who does that fall? Whose job is that?
Me.
And so that right now, that's Sarah. If we had a planner, that would be in the plan.
No, that would
still be you. So I mean, I guess it's just what are we asking? What
Well, I think in the bigger picture, I think we're sitting on too much money, and we have a means.
Uh.
And we have the money to get us more capability, hence the planner and things like that. I mean, maybe we're not putting enough money in the planner. We really, I mean, in a way, what it's sounding like is we have all these needs, we have resources, but we don't have capacity to execute on those needs. We're severely constrained. Maybe we should go revisit it and we need to hire a full-time planner. And then put the planner on things like this study and things like that. I mean, because, and again, I come back to is that we've accumulated way too much money. We've got too much money sitting in the bank, not doing anybody any good. Inflation, it's getting worth less.
Yeah,
So-
but it's what the argument that I'm hearing is that we're proposing to have that money sitting designated in a reserve that can only be used for that. It's still just sitting in the same. It's still just sitting in the same thing.
If we never
If
do
there's-
anything, but if we don't move forward.
If we don't move forward with it
That's
within the year,
true.
and I guess my point is that realistically speaking, to move forward on this study, it's going to involve the town manager, it's going to involve the road commissioner, it's going to involve all these other, so Maine DOT, it's going to, include all these things. A lot of that work doesn't require any money. It doesn't require that $100,000 that we're talking about a lot of. Because a lot of that stuff, that pre-planning happens. I mean, that's at least my understanding. It's not like you just open up the yellow pages and you're just like engineer traffic study this thing. But I think again, having it's fine to have, I mean, we can push forward with this, we can push forward with public outreach. I mean, that's the number one thing that we're gonna need out of this, is some sort of public outreach. And I think we have the resources within us, rather than hiring a consultant to do that public outreach. Maybe that's the right way to do it. I don't know. But I think if we wanted to throw some money in engineering, I think without a solid plan, if we threw it in our reserve, again, it's just, I don't want to drive that number up tremendously more than it has. I mean, that's, because this is something that our road commissioner kind of put together for the
Oh, no,
purposes of the project.
right. No, I think it's.
I just think that
distinct from
we're getting a little bit, frustrated with the fact that there's a lot of things goals that we plan on that just don't happen. And that's just the nature of the beast. It's the nature of everything, everything takes longer than you think it's going to take. Priorities come up that suck the life force out of it. I'm just sticking to trying to look at it as a, instead of looking at it out here, looking at it in here, and just looking at reserves and what is the intention of reserves. And if we're meeting those intention of reserves, I have no problem personally, saying, all right, let's put 50 grand, let's put 100 grand there, let's put something there so we have something to play with. If that is in fact the correct way to do it, I think that's great. But if it was even something that's 50, I mean, Seth had mentioned putting 50 aside for that bridge. I mean, if we wanted to just set an engineering thing up, I mean, you got 50,000 right there, and that way, if we definitely wouldn't spend, there's no chance. I would say there's 0% chance we would spend more than $50,000 on engineering work. I don't see how we could possibly do it in this fiscal year that we're talking about coming up for traffic study type things that we're talking about. I think it's going to take the amount of time that would take to actually figure out what we needed and what we wanted and talking to people. We would have 50,000 set aside, and then we deal with the rest and be going in next year, next summer into that or whatever. But if that's something that people feel comfortable with, at least then we'd establish a reserve account for engineering work. But there is need for it. We're allotting $50,000 that we know we need, regardless of whatever, and then we can add to that.
So are you putting that in reserve or?
Yeah, so I'm back to reserves because I'm just saying,
I would prefer to have a year of conversations with our road commissioner and prepare and budget for it next year.
Okay.
In my mind.
Let's right now pick a date in August for our,
well, first, let's go around. Let's just figure this reserve thing.
but
Okay.
if we don't do something right now and do what Sarah wants,
Yeah.
we have to have something on the calendar that we are going to address this and get it going and get it in her list of priorities. Because otherwise it will just go by the wayside. Things just, we didn't expect to spend so much time on some of the things we spent so much time on. And if it's not on the calendar, stuff gets dropped.
It's been a huge amount of time.
Yeah.
The reactive issues we've had to deal
Yes,
with.
yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're done with reactive stuff for a little while, but
There'll be other things.
there's always
Right,
something.
there's
There's
always
always
something.
something.
Right, but we need to pick a day, we need to pick a time, otherwise it will be in October and go, oh crap, we never did our goal setting, we don't know which of the projects that we need to be.
The only thing I would
focused
say
on.
is, let's not move it out to August. We don't wait. for August.
No.
We could talk.
People said,
If
let's
it's
do it in
one,
July.
if it's one subject and we're looking for RFQs, let's talk about it in June.
It's fine.
Well, I guess the only question is that,
Well-
there'll be an election.
Oh, new select
Right.
person.
Our town meeting is June 24. I think it makes sense to do it in August. Have a month to prepare what everyone wants for priorities to bring up at the August meeting.
So I would also just say that I do want to keep this. My job is to try and keep this meeting up. And I've done a terrible job
But-
at it tonight.
I'm ready to go.
So I guess my point is that I think the goal setting thing, that's something that we don't need to set a date on
No,
tonight.
right.
That's just something that we have to do. And that's outside the scope of what we're supposed to be discussing right now. What we're supposed to be discussing right now is the budget, and we're not gonna finish the budget
Didn't
tonight.
intend to finish it tonight. did we?
I did.
No.
We're almost there, but we're not.
Shelley, she intended us. to finish.
I'll agree with you. I want to put money, I want to have that planning, but I think that we can be planning for that fiscal year as well. So I think we want to put money in the reserve. as you just described, For this 50 grand
Yeah. Oh,
in
for
an
an
engineering
engineering.
reserve.
Okay.
Whether it's, for general engineering or whether it goes to this idea that we have. I don't even, I absolutely agree with the more proactive agenda planning. But I think there's a lot of that fiscal year left in that time that we may have goals that we want to be hitting some of this stuff.
I have no problem. Personally, I have no problem with putting something in that line if that's something that's, because I feel like it's not a bad idea to have money available. Sometimes when things come up and you don't. You're not planning for planning. It's getting late.
It's getting,
The last
Um,
time there was
But
federal money under Obama,
my,
we were not ready.
so
We weren't even close to ready,
So
and we
this is-
lost out on the potential.
This is
to
what I'm
do
pro-
projects.
this
We
is
didn't
what
have
I'm
anything.
proposing. I'm proposing that we can put it under the select board recommends, but if everyone's good with putting 50 for engineering in this reserve thing, that we're gonna, then if we have unanimous, I think we should do that. But if we have questions, we should consider it, because we're gonna be coming back to this anyway, so we can discuss it. We can look into
Think
what,
about what it should be called
okay.
and what it's specifically for.
So I think we should play around with, I think 50, does that sound reasonable to everybody?
Let's do 50.
Okay, so if we did 50 and something like that, that's fine. And so then before we go, I just want to hear from David as to what
Okay, so we talked
Recommend.
about broadband, so I recommend a $35 of $35,000.
$35.
Yeah, yeah, too late. You were too slow. I said 35,000 before you got it out. So we need to establish a reserve account for that. And as Sarah has noted, there is a proposal still out there. The cost may go up, but Tidewater hasn't said that yet. But with costs rising, I think it could be a possibility. And I think we need to start putting money away for the next go around for grants, so that when the grant funders demand that the community participates by putting funds in, that's there available in addition to the opera funds that are up. So as you may recall, the last proposal from LCI was a little bit over $60,000 with a reserve account of 35,000 matched with the upper allocation of 25,000. We would be prepared if Tidewater is going to stick with their numbers that they presented at our last meeting on broadband.
I've always said that if the town's willing to fund it.
Yeah.
we Support. Fund it.
Yeah.
Support.
I still feel like their deal is not a good deal. I think they're asking too much.
So
But could we put money away while we discuss maybe with any other provider that comes out of the woodwork? If they do, I mean, we did an RFI, a request for interest in the projects, and it was only Axiom that proposed a municipal project, and then LCI. So there's only appears to be one provider willing to do it.
yeah,
So by having that money ready, when the next time a grant round comes around, that will better, well, again, we wouldn't be as reactive as we tried to be before, and we'll be ready.
and at the, again, at the town meeting, we could explain the plan, that we could explain the work that the study that we received, what that means, and, just sort of,
I'm
What we
sure at
got.
a town meeting, they'll probably say that they want broadband.
Yeah.
Particularly 99 addresses.
yeah. So. I guess the one thing I'd like to maybe just revisit and look at is just sort of the ins and outs of reserves. And maybe you know all of the stuff. I don't know. But because I don't know. And I just want to make sure before we,
Like what we can do with it?
What their intentions are.
yeah, and like how much you have to put, how much of a fine point you have to put on something. So, the idea of putting $35,000, recommending $35,000 towards broadband, I think is great. The only thing I worry about is that when we get all this free money that I know about that you don't know about, Dave, it's coming down the pike.
If you
Um,
find free money,
so-
you pass
so
it
then we
right
got-
along to me.
How do we get that?
But then we got $35,000 in a reserve. That
So we have to go back to the
There's-
voters to take it out.
is that the idea? Is that how it
Presumably
works? I mean, I just want to know the mechanics of it all. I mean,
Yeah, and I'm not sure how
So I'm
much
just
is
saying, do we
is
put it-
town policy versus statutory
we put it in a different
requirements.
place, do we do whatever? That's my only,
That's where you just have to be really specific about what you're allocating the money for.
right.
And then it's approved by the voters. So if I put in the
I mean, I'm sure,
title for this broadband to unserved addresses, would that be an accurate?
I think that's very.
or I don't know that I would say unserved
Ma-
even, but
You don't
But
want
it's
to.
I mean, that's the major
We have
focus.
we have a reserve account called Alewife Reserve.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That must be
The
really
Alewives can
stinky
spend it
year after
however they
year.
want.
I'm not,
I mean,
Which lives get it
Yeah.
and which ones don't?
Well, they're getting zero. right
are we
now.
buying barrels for fish? Or what are we spending the money on?
Fish food.
I want to say one thing. When I first got on the finance committee, we had two reserve accounts, two, Alewife Reserve and Harbor. It wasn't called Harbor Management, but something to do with Harbor.
Yeah.
And I don't know the word, it has changed.
Yep.
That was it. That's all we had for
Yeah.
reserve accounts. So
Yeah.
all of these have crept in within the last, I don't know how many years I've been on the finance
Yeah.
committee. Probably should figure it out.
15 or so.
Something like that, 12 to 15. But anyway, we didn't have them all.
I
These are
just-
all
I
relative.
just want to
Yeah.
point out, we have $74.04 in the computer reserve.
Hmm.
So
Yes.
there's a really important reserve.
Yeah, but it gets used.
Yeah.
The point is it gets
Right.
used.
computers, regular budgetary.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my only ask with going forward with this, is that we all have the same clear understanding of how the reserves work and what it is to create a reserve,
And
what
what
it
is
is to get
of
rid of a reserve,
Mhm.
what it is to deal with a reserve when there's, and I don't think it's a huge procedure to deal with, because I can't remember how we got rid of the amount that we had in our harbor management reserve, but we haven't done anything for that
Well,
since the
so
interlocal agreement, I think.
when the interlocal died, we stopped funding the highway equipment reserve account.
Yeah.
And we've said every year, we should really vote to get rid of that. So We're
Right.
never going to fund it again.
Right.
So if you add 2, subtract 2. then it's-
Yeah. So I mean, and again, there's a story behind each reserve, and I just want to make sure that we understand the story behind a reserve, and we're not just doing it because we didn't plan for something this year, and that's on every single one of us. So I mean, it just is what it is. It's on every single one of us in the fact that we've all been working crazy long hours trying to get things done, and it's filling about that. So, but the sun will still rise and the sun will still set over Newcastle. It will, life will go on. But I think that there are some noble ideas that everyone has. And that's the exciting. That's the real positive thing about, I think, our board. But
Absolutely.
we just have to remember
So where are we with the reserve? Are we
Do we
calling
want
it a night or what?
Yeah, we're calling it.
Can we get back
But
to
are
it?
we penciling in those 2 reserve accounts?
I think we gotta look into that.
Come
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
Well, I'd like to put a placeholder in for housing, and we won't talk about it now, but I'm going to pick it back up.
There's a lot
Next
of land
week.
there by here.
So
in
what
Jared,
are
if
we gonna do? Let's talk about timeline. Let's talk about where we're at with stuff. At some point, we're gonna start. So next Monday is our regular meeting.
we need to be done with this by next Monday.
that's okay.
So do we meet again this week?
I think we're okay to be done.
Yeah.
You don't think we can make it through the reserve account line, and this is the last one. This is the
And,
last.
and revenue, and revenue.
Revenue is pretty straightforward. Yeah.
But we do have to look at how much we're taking out of the fund balance. as I
Fund
like to call it,
balance.
The fund balance,
Well,
the slush
Are we
fund
having
balance.
Yeah.
And
No,
then,
nobody's-
and then Eva's gonna tell us what she thinks of everything, and then we're gonna have to go back and change.
Change
it
it
all.
all.
So she's being quiet right now, but
I wouldn't.
I think it would be good for all of us to think about the whole reserve account thing. It'd be good to, please think about it. Come back with something to, some feeling, thought, how it should be viewed, because I think we're setting a precedent right now that could be a dangerous one.
Yep.
If we're not careful on how we set up the reserve accounts.
Danger, danger, Will Smith
Yeah.
going through my head.
Yeah.
so,
Wow.
so I don't know what you're thinking about.
That's an
Tomorrow
old
night's
show.
not good.
No, we're just doing it Monday.
It is
Yeah,
Monday.
let's just do it Monday.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna
we
get
need-
through
We
it.
need to finish reserves and then it's revenue.
And undesignated fund
That's-
balance.
And I'm
Got a
more than,
blank copy.
more than half serious about
Turned into-
whether we should make the planner, put more money for planner. I mean, just this whole, conversation makes me think that
But gosh,
Well-
maybe a hard sell for us to have a full-time one if Damascotta has a part-time one.
Well,
so we have
Right.
not,
what
yes
what
and
we're
no.
up against here is that we're experiencing growing pains. It's
Yeah.
not a bad thing. It's just that we're growing, and we don't have a plan for how to do that yet. But we know we got it, and it's going to
All right.
happen whether we're prepared for it or not.
All
So
right.
let's be prepared for it.
So I'm
That's what
not
we're all on the same
supposed to
page.
let anything go past, so it's It's 9:58. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Rob,
Second.
Seconded by Karen. All those in favor?
Yes.
Done.
He did